had a dungeon delve where we found a big old gator friend. He was horrible, and some slime boys didn't want to fight.
You skip so much.
It was dense, okay? It was really dense.
I'm trying to.
You go then.
I could read my notes verbatim from my Toric journal, but that probably would not go over well because
A lot of pithy insults.
He's got some thoughts about the rest of us.
We do got some thoughts, but no, actually, this is literally just about what we did. We went down into the hole that we found. There was a ghost drow. That was the first thing that we encountered, who informed us that there was somebody taking blood, feeding the bodies to a monster, and feeding her. Said they fed her to an artifact. Presumably that is some sort of that is whatever had to do with the blood draining that we will get.
Yeah, it was the shroud thing.
Yep. Mel put it to rest after it tried to take over the elf. We found some rickety scaffolding. Decided to not go that way because we have our mission. Frog people, not Grung or Bullywug, something else. Looks like they're the ones with the enchanted victims, but they're not making the music. Fought some more things, and the Audiog, which, can I just say, I love that monster.
How did you say that?
It's pronounced Odiug, I believe. I think it's a long O.
Odiug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Odiug.
Cool. Got it. I was wondering that last time. I just didn't. I was too afraid to ask.
I didn't use its name because I didn't want to gamble. I didn't want to play that game.
Odiug is very satisfying.
It is a weird spelling, and I love them because they are intelligent garbage disposals.
I don't like how
they will make deals. What's that?
I don't like how close that name is to my own. Odiug.
Odiug.
Oh.
It could be like your drunk name, Odiug.
Yeah. Odiug.
It's good to have an interjection in your name.
Yeah.
Oh. Diug?
After that, there was a mirror strapped to one of the sewer grates leading out that started turning. Started turning. I did use Hyacinth's name. Thank you very much. I did say that.
Thank you, Chloe.
Started turning the Hyacinth to stone, who shrugged it off. That's a shame, and cut down the mirror. We've been taken by a rat man named Luca to rest in the Duke's chamber. The Duke is a giant frog monster. Luca was friends with the Odiug, probably not a good sign for us. We were introduced to the Rat King and his entourage. They wanted to collect our blood. They wanted to test it for. So they're looking for something specific in the blood. We said no. There was a fight. Before the fight, pretty sure the Rat King and Hyacinth know each other. Hopefully they hate each other.
Yeah.
That's in my notes.
Fingers crossed.
My exact words about the Rat King are, this rat fink wants our blood. We fought, we won, but the Rat King got away. Lost 2 civilians, saved 4, now to get out.
Now to get out.
Now to get out.
I was gonna say that perhaps Cody should get half an inspiration, but that's not a thing that exists. So I'm sorry, Cody. You
half an inspiration would be like.
It would mathematically, it's like a +5 to a roll, but I'm not gonna start making that a thing.
I'll take a +2.
I will not give you a +2.
Okay, I'll settle for a +1. Final offer.
Because it was a valiant start, just like halfway in. Because he also did bring up the one thing that I left out, which is the gator that nearly ate my cat.
Look, you can have this one, and I'll lie in wait, and I'll definitely get the next one.
Lie in wait like a sewer gator. Got it.
Yeah. Tell you what, you can hold on to that inspiration for me, and then when I fuck up a roll, you can use it for me.
There you go. Teamwork. Yeah. Okay.
I need my gun not to explode in my face. I need all the inspiration I can get.
Hey, and for the record,
joke. It's a
no,
joke.
no. This is for everyone else at table. We did a lot of work over the past couple of weeks to like make the gunslinger something that we're both happy with. And I'm excited. Um, and we remembered how misfire rules work critically. Okay, so what do you guys want to do? You are still tragically within the sewers.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a number of the city folk, the denizens of Luskin, who are in varying states of light malnourishment, um, irritability, exhaustion, who have all been bound, or elsewise like quote unquote sedated, I guess, not really chemically, but um it smells terrible. A few of you might have limited sight, I think. There is the dead giant frog, and some dropped artifacts from the frog witch, who was with the giant frog, and all of her amphibian soldiers have begun reverting back into ordinary frogs as well. And the rats are still here, but no longer a swarming mass. And the Rat King is gone. So, what's up?
Well, after checking on the prisoners, I'm gonna turn to Hyacinth and go, You knew that guy?
I mean, he's kind of a big name. One of the Beast Lords. The Archfey with their domain is a particular type of beast. You know, there's the cat one and the rat one, and so on and so forth. They're kind of related to the Green Court. I'm a little fuzzy on the details, but yeah.
That's it. That's there. That's it.
Yeah.
And their nature? Why would one be here? If I understand, the Fae like to keep to their domain.
Don't
Well,
we
that's the thing
wish?
about the Beast Lords is their domain is wherever rats exist. So, like, their domain is here too.
And we just
it's not like the Summer Court or the Seelie Court or the Unseelie or the Green. Like,
and we just made an enemy of that.
You were already
they
enemies.
do that
Ezra.
often.
You just don't realize it.
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. Yeah.
Uh, Point of contention. I feel like rats were pretty neutral to me all my life.
That's what you'd think if
I
you
got
Now
weren't
bit
a
by
rat.
one once.
now they're all hostile, I presume, if that is his domain. Unless it's just like whenever he's around, he can control rats.
Well, I mean, a single rat knows better, you know.
I
But
suppose.
just,
Uh,
we should probably
Anyways,
be careful in the sewers.
did you know about the artifact that he had?
No, I'm clueless about it.
And do you know why a beast lord would sort of meddle in affairs outside of their domain?
I mean, it sounded like he was very much meddling for his domain. His whole spiel about the, you know, uh, material planers not respecting rats and rat kind, etc.
Oh, I took that as kind of a I am a fae in the material and you don't welcome fae, which was confusing to me. But now that it's rats, I can see where he's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, quick question. Hyacinth, are you from any of those places that you
I don't
listed?
mean to. We have people who are very weak and dying. Perhaps we can have this conversation on the surface, away from the Rat King's minions. gesture at all the rats. And
One
when they're not
rat
dying.
distinctly turns and like looks away from you and scurries away.
Okay.
Don't tempt me to shoot that fucker. Don't tempt me to waste a bullet.
Did that rat just
No,
give you
yeah,
the
we
finger?
should get these people out of here. I, for one, am very interested in checking out some of this other stuff. Like I said, like I want to know what this artifact is, and it might be something the Rat King took with him, but it might also be something that is around here somewhere.
How much of the frog drip is left?
How much of the frog drip?
Yeah,
Yeah, from the
So
witch.
glad that
Yeah,
got
from the
recorded.
witch.
I know what you mean, but just hold on.
Look, you know, as somebody with an NB as a partner, a frog drip is not a phrase that even phases me. They have frog drip in their wardrobe.
There is her hat, which is blue with green sashing, as well as like beading that is sort of designed across its brim to look like the life cycle of a frog. So it starts out with little
Mhm.
round pearls as like the eggs that like are embroidered into tadpoles, and then and so on, little froglets.
Hey,
Um,
Hyacinth, do you want this hat?
I mean, it's not really my style, but you know, if it conveys like some kind of benefit, that would be great. She doesn't have a spell book on her, would she?
Hyacinth, why don't you actually make me an Arcana check?
Oh, natural ones for a 12.
Okay. Wow. You can look for a spell book, but you do not see one. You see like the discarded focus, but it's just like a staff with some more amphibioid filigree and adornment.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like any of this is worth much. I mean, we could hang on to the hat as a memento.
Has somebody already cast detect magic down here? If not, I would like to take 11 minutes and hum a little tune. Cast detect magic.
Okay. Doing so does reveal that the hat alone is like a magic artifact.
Mhm.
You want this? Yeah. Okay. Um. The rest of this room, kind of ambiates the lightest divination. But that is the only thing special.
Okay. We should definitely take that hat with us.
Uh, Also, another sort of um, little administrative question. How are we going to transport these people out? I mean, we have a few strong burly types, but not enough to carry for six people out all at the same time.
Have none of you ever had to triage before? Find the
Oh.
ones that can walk. They walk out. Somebody stays here with the rest. We bring help back.
Toric, do I look like somebody who has been triage?
There are 4 other people standing around. I'll start walking back.
Is
Can any of
anything
you
we
get
can
up?
use as a ladder?
Sorry, Adam, did you ask if there's something anyone can use as a ladder?
I'm asking the party. Yeah.
Okay.
got rope if you can make things float again.
Oh,
Well,
I
don't-
mean, I can probably carry a rope up. I've got a little like magic hand appears.
Now we just need a place to carry things up.
Okay, so you're proposing you go back, get help, bring it to here.
Or we can stand around and let them die. Your call.
I agree. Or do we just pick up as many as we can, go? I could pick up one.
I don't know if I can't pick up any. The physics on that are going to be
Right. Okay.
more than a little complicated.
Well, why don't we do this? If you're going to head out, take a group with you and bring back a bunch of people to help these people out.
Hyacinth starts like flipping through their spell book. And I do have Tensor's floating disk actually. Would you look at that? Can I cast multiple discs? It's not concentration.
Huh.
Why don't you read me the
I'm
spell?
reading it now. Yeah.
Yeah. Feels like a weird thing for us to never have considered before.
Honestly.
It doesn't
Yeah.
say that you can't.
Yeah, it
Huh.
doesn't say that you can't.
It doesn't say that recasting disappears the first one either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you guys like checked on the status of these guys? Like you've determined 2 corpses, but that's all you've seen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
feel
we
like,
did some basic
yeah.
checks on them, but if we didn't, that would
Yeah, that
have
would
been
have
Yeah,
been
the
according
first
to
thing.
the
thing.
dice checks, no, you guys initially discovered 2 dead and then have, good for you to immediately go to problem solving, but like have not fully assessed the problem.
I would like to check on the survivors.
Yeah, I'll do that too. I thought we did that last session, and it was just like, oh yeah, they're pretty out of it.
Yeah, I went back and like checked the dice and no one had done an actual check. Yeah, roll me some medicine checks if you so choose.
Ooh.
Medicine. I'm fantastic at medicine. I did roll in crit if I got advantage.
Oh my
but
god,
then-
I got the highest.
I think all 5 of us rolled, and the highest was a 13.
Whew, boy. Okay. With
That
the
sounds right.
13.
I don't have the highest.
You have the highest bonus, and it looks
Yeah.
like the highest die at the same. No.
Yeah.
There was an 8. No, there was an 11 for Cody.
Yeah.
The die,
crushed it.
The die is chance, but how do I have the highest bonus? Mel.
She's not a healer. I've got bad news.
Good to know.
Yeah. So Inks, you do not necessarily have like what is considered like medical training, but you do have a pretty fair understanding of like basic like frankly triage. Like you would have been taught this. And you do definitely see like of everyone here, perhaps one person would be considered difficult to move, some sort of injury, of like in their hip or leg, making it harder for them to get around. You do not know if that means that they could walk with support or not.
Well, luckily we have a floating disc. The others.
Apparently, an unlimited amount of floating discs.
The others seem to be ambulatory, though.
Mhm.
Okay. Awesome.
Are they responsive at all?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably check up on them and try and get names and junk and identify the corpses if I could, see if they have anything on them.
Yeah, we're actually here looking for a person in particular. I believe we got a description. Does anyone fit that description of the
You
child?
got a name.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm not gonna help you more than that.
Does anybody remember the name of the person we're supposed to find?
I don't know, but I'm about to get names.
Hey.
You can ask around. You do get everyone's name from those who are still living. I think this is something that I maybe have not gone into a lot of details about. That like the common that is spoken in Luskan is deeply, deeply influenced by Undercommon. It's still very much translatable and like conversational, even for people who speak more in Undercommon. But those of you who like have lived here for like a year or more, it's less difficult. But like there are some people like NPCs that you'll encounter that like it's going to be hard to understand them comparatively.
I
That
can run
said,
translation just in case.
cool.
Smooth things out.
Yeah. That said, the name that does stand out because it is one that you heard earlier is Liesel.
Oh, the child.
Hmm. She does appear to be alive and not injured, like not severely injured.
Yeah. Talking to the one that's injured. Are you able to stand?
I don't think so. I've been sitting for a while. It hurts to try to pull up.
Okay. Well, we have a way of getting you out of here, but it may require you to stand just a bit in order to sit down again. Would that be possible?
I could help them up.
I just want to make sure before we move them that they feel comfortable being moved.
Ah, that's fair.
They do indicate that they're with help they'll be okay.
Okay, cool. Hyacinth, if we can get that disc.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and spin the
Fantasy
spell slot.
wheelchair.
How many
Summon
can it hold, Hyacinth?
Up to 500 pounds.
If we hit 501 pounds, it disappears and everyone falls to the ground. So let's err on the side of caution.
Maybe like 2 people. 2.5.
There are
Let's
some
take a look at this.
hobgoblins here, but there's also some like drow, and drow are quite small,
Mm-hmm.
even for elves.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Prioritize those that can't walk at all, and those that have trouble. And try not to get too close to the limit.
I mean, I think we're just good with the one person on there. Everyone else doesn't have any obvious injuries that would preclude them from walking.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think was there like an incline out of here, or was it like a vertical staircase?
it was a hole you dropped down.
Okay. The disc isn't going to get them through that.
Well, if they're that close to the entrance, we could probably get somebody to help us out.
Still got rope.
Yeah.
Good
Well, let's start
rope.
making our way that way.
How old does the kid look?
She's like a late teenager.
Yeah. Help her to her feet and say, well, we were looking for you specifically.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, your dad is gonna be pretty mad.
Or relieved.
Well, I think it's gonna be relieved and then pretty mad.
She kind of seems a little concerned now. Alarmed.
Like, put a hand on her shoulder, say, I mean, it will be fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of get in the way and be like, the important part is that we'll have you reunited with your father shortly, and then I'll just kind of side eye Haza.
Haza like shrugs. Do you need help walking? I could probably piggyback.
No, I think I'm okay. All right. You guys gonna head back?
Same way we came.
All right. Torek, it looks like you have advanced some. I know that you mentioned like going on to get people to come back. Are you proceeding that way?
I was just curious what this was.
Oh, that's
There
a
were
door.
frogs over here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was a door. There's a door with two like centurion frogs, but like they're like regular frogs now.
Normal frogs now.
Push them into the water and open the door.
Wow.
Oh, I will put them into the water. Bloop, bloop.
Pardon me, gentlemen.
You open the door and see inside a room that has one like rat folk individual who seems kind of like scratching their head and looking down at a frog that has again a frog kind that has reverted back to frogness, surrounded by statues of individuals all petrified, very obviously figures who had succumbed to something.
Yes, something.
Well, I say
Scratches his
something.
head, tries very, very deliberately to not look at Haza.
Well, like there was the mirror that was found
Mhm.
earlier, as well as
Yep.
the creatures. So I'm being unspecific because there's not really a way to tell. Some of these creatures, some of these people have like their arms bound behind them, and others are frozen as if they were trying to defend themselves or like flee. But this individual, when the door opens, kind of looks up at you. Hey, do you know what? What the? Who are you?
Hi.
This really just isn't your day.
Whoa, whoa, hey. Is everything cool? Are you
I
are you
mean,
guests?
I think everything's cool. Your rat lord went back to his plane, hopefully, so
Oh, he like puts a cross over his heart and like kisses his fingers.
what you doing in here?
Oh well, we were just here organizing in here. Until
Mhm.
anyway, this guy, and he gestures down to the frog who's on all fours and croaking.
Organizing statues,
Oh yeah, you know.
like you do.
Yeah,
Why
well, there's a lot of
exactly?
them. Well, to make room for more.
You're keeping the statues.
No, the king wanted. Well, the king liked him well enough. You know, like garden gnomes.
You bring up gnomes to a kobold, you son of a... I'm just kidding. I can't even with a straight face.
So, what's your name, buddy?
Oh, Benjamin.
Benjamin. Okay. Here's the deal, Benjamin. I assume you want to like live and go have a nice, prosperous
Oh shit, is
rat
that like
life.
not an option right now?
I mean, here's the thing: if you attack us, it might not be. But I would
Who said
prefer you
anything
just.
about fighting?
Listen,
I mean,
conversation.
I'm basically a gardener here, okay? Like look
Yeah,
what I'm doing. Like
that's part of why I was saying, like, I think we could be fine here,
It's not your
even
fault, Benjamin. It's
in light of what happened in the previous room.
what happened in the previous
You're
room?
gonna know as
I
soon.
told you we.
Did you not
Oh
hear
my-
any
oh
of
my
like
God,
those
dude.
gunshots
Oh
and
my
stuff?
That's
Like,
a big fucking door that you opened. Like, what is going on?
I
He
told
Right.
you,
starts looking around you.
The Rat King is gone.
The Rat King is
Send him
gone.
back. What's through that other door, Benjamin?
Nothing.
Okay,
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Well,
You are outnumbered. You're out. I mean, your Rat King is
Benjamin.
gone.
I mean,
Hey.
there's a hole. There's a hole over there.
Benjamin, work with us here, okay? I think you seem fine. You're just a gardener. Just, you don't need. This doesn't need to be the end, you know?
Listen, I just don't think that you're gonna want to go. Like, it's not like fun
Okay.
over there.
Okay,
Is
but
it
tell me
another
why. I
Gorgon?
mean,
No.
Are you
What's through this?
insight check, please, and thank
Benjamin,
you. He is lying.
Benjamin, if I open this door and there's something dangerous on the other side, I'm gonna be mad. And we were having such a nice conversation.
There's the hole. I told you it's a dangerous hole. And he is sweating, but he is withholding something.
Benjamin.
I open the door.
Oh,
God.
A
Torek.
void, a black hole, literal nothing.
There's a hole.
Ooh, a torch.
Well,
There is indeed rickety hole.
Okay,
I,
this probably isn't a problem. I mean, we're over here. The hole's over there. You're fine, Benjamin. Benjamin, what comes out of the hole that you're so afraid of?
I don't know. It's big.
Hey, Benjamin.
Okay.
Listen, the door's shut for a
Describe it.
reason.
Okay, maybe shut the door. Come back in. Shut the door.
Do y'all think that's the other side of the rickety bridge?
yeah, that's probably the
I
other side
just
of
said
the
the words rickety bridge.
Yeah.
Just said those words.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't
the
hear you.
Context clues. So
Yeah,
that
we
would have
have
been.
names of these people, Benjamin?
But the names of the people? Which
Yes, the petrified ones.
Oh, I don't
She
fucking
sort of like
know.
leans over
Yeah.
him.
Okay.
Listen, like their blood didn't work. The Rat King said let him go, and sometimes they went down a ways, and then sometimes they got caught. Like I don't know.
And how did you come into possession of these petrified folks?
Now we went go looking for him again.
Why did you go looking for them if their blood was not right?
Well, cause like I said, the king liked the statues.
God, this
I mean,
guy's a bastard.
No.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, they are. Yeah, they are, Mel. Remember that.
Jeez.
Benjamin, my feeling is that you are kind of a lackey here. Does that feel fair to you? Like you're
feel like
just
it's
following
a little
orders?
demeaning, but it
patronizing.
is.
Yeah, just
Feels
following
like
orders though.
I'm the subject of the king. Yes.
Right,
Yes.
yeah. So I feel like you maybe don't deserve to have anything bad happen to you.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, that's my feeling.
Just let him go.
Could you just
What's he gonna
work
do?
with us for a second, and then we'll let you by, and you can go out and live your life in the
I think
sewers.
I've been entirely amicable. I don't know
You
what
have
more you want from me.
You've.
I've done no biting. I've done no scratching.
This is true. You've been. Yeah. Okay. To your credit, yes, you haven't bit or scratched, which feels like maybe the minimum. Like the.
And
The
I
frog
mean,
belches on the ground.
Okay.
purely out of your best interest. Again, it's like 6-1, and I'd love to see you try.
Okay. That was.
That's needlessly aggressive. We've already been in enough fights. Can we just? There's nothing down here except whatever comes out of the hole, which Benjamin still can't describe. Probably because he's never seen it, right, Benjamin?
Yep,
Am I
yep,
right? Yeah.
Yep.
Why would you want to see it? It's apparently terrible.
Can I make an insight check? He's definitely lying. Come on.
I don't know. I mean, that seems accurate. He said, "I don't know. It's something."
Okay. All right.
And the door is shut for a reason.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we'll just
I'm
not.
inclined to shut the door again and just head out and do the job
Yeah.
we were paid for at this point.
I just wanted to make sure nothing was going to come up behind us. The aforementioned artifact wasn't over here. Benjamin, what do you know about the artifact that the Rat King is using to test this blood? You ever seen him with a fancy thing?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay. Elaborate.
Well, it it's sort of a well, it's like a cape, but it
Oh.
looks
Yeah.
it's clear, and like the material, it's completely like clear. And when it comes into contact with blood, it changes colors. Apparently it never got done right, because it didn't change the right colors, I suppose.
Do you know what it is called? Did he ever call it anything?
Just I think he called it like the weave, but that seemed like a short thing since I mean like that's the weave is like a really vague statement about many things in this world.
What colors did it turn, Benjamin? You said they weren't the right colors, but what colors?
I mean, with everyone we tested down here, like it was red.
Does this at all sound like any artifact that I would know anything about?
Why don't you roll me an Arcana check?
May I do the same thing?
I would also like to give guidance to Hyacinth.
Guidance can only be provided if what they are doing is something that is an observable skill check.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Oz. Actually, Oz, you can also roll. You studied at Candlekeep. You have the opportunity to roll.
Yeah. Although I do need to roll at disadvantage because I am still poisoned.
Hey! Oh shit!
Oh,
There's some
hell
hot
yeah.
rolls. Damn.
So a lot of these things are kept secret for very good reason. But one thing that I can't deny how good these rolls are, and my DC was A20 for how difficult it would be to understand this even remotely, even for Hyacinth. Hyacinth, your context for this is certainly more factual than Oz's. Oz, your understanding of something like this is essentially a Feywildian myth that something exists that is capable of harnessing magic of the Fey that has been gifted to a soul. This artifact that was created by the goddess, not the goddess, but the archfey of the moon. She's a huntress, and that's kind of like the memory you have of her. It's like as far as her mythos goes, like she created this so that she could harness wild magic, quote unquote, um, to manipulate her presence on the plains. Hyacinth, your understanding of this is a little bit different. You know, like you would know that story, but also know that that story is not true. It's just part of story that has been passed around to kind of conceal the reality of this object. And this object is one of the high and sacred items within the Feywilds that its location should never be known. It is always hidden, and even its true like presence and power is one that is kept deeply secret and sacred. Um, Akin to your own, except you know less about this because you're not allowed to know more about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do I know enough to think that the Rat King's not supposed to have this?
If he's not supposed to have this, even if he's supposed to have this, he certainly should not be having it on the material plane.
Mm-hmm.
It is up to you two players to determine how much of that information you yield to the party.
Oh, Oz will go through the whole myth for everybody.
I don't think Hyacinth is going to talk much about it right now with all the extra ears around.
Okay, so we do have people who, I mean, I guess they're stable. Should probably get them the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Benjamin, here's the deal. We're gonna leave, and you should probably leave too. You don't have to tell us where you're going. Just you probably need to be gone by the time anybody gets back here.
What is your passive insight, Haza?
It's got to be bad because I
Oh,
only
it's
have
11.
one. Yeah.
It's 11. Mel, you are very, very, very close, actually, to this guy. You also have a high passive insight. You see his whiskers on the right side of his face flicker, and like one ear bat, and you see his pupils dilate right before he says, yeah.
She's going to go ahead and clap a hand right on his noggin and just say, "What did you hear or see?"
I'm moving around in the next room. I close the door. Let's get the hell out of here.
Right. Okay.
No. You can go. Benjamin, answer my question. I'll set you
No, I'm
free.
saying that's probably what he heard.
Is that right, Benjamin?
He suddenly nods emphatically.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit quieter then. Maybe we leave the garden room.
Can we get out of here? And then suddenly there is a thud at the door.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, time to go.
How strong is the door, Benjamin?
I don't know. I didn't make it. It's a
Is it a good
door.
door?
It's a sewer door.
You can just push some statues in front of it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I can't move the by myself. I had a guy with me.
Yeah, I don't think we've got time for that. Let's get
Yeah,
out
we
of
kind of
here.
probably should just go. Yeah.
You hear another thud against the door
Okay,
and the rattling of something beyond.
Yep.
h-
I'm out.
How big is that opening that the doors? Is that like a medium size opening?
The space the doors are taking up?
Yeah.
About medium, yeah.
Yeah, this thing's pulling some weight. I'd like to pull out my lyre.
Huh. Huh.
And just make that a wall.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
That's cool as
Holy
shit.
fucking shit.
Okay.
Holy shit, Oz, you kick ass.
Yeah, Oz fucking rules.
Let's fucking go. Well, I
That
appreciate
was
that.
fucking cool.
I think it's more the instrument of the bards, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
How did
The
you do that?
handyman.
Oh,
Hey,
learned some very interesting tunes in Candlekeep.
Okay.
All right. Off on
I
our
mean-
separate ways.
Yeah, but-
Goodbye.
Speaking
Benjamin-
of separate ways, what's the status of Tensor's floating disc?
Yes, I cast it, loaded one person onto it. It'll last for an hour until certain conditions might cause it to not continue, but I will avoid those conditions. It'll follow behind me 20 feet. It won't cross over like a hole that's 10 feet deep, but it'll hover behind me.
Okay.
It can go up like stairs and inclines, but not like up a wall.
A gap, yeah, or up a wall.
So like climbing a vertical ladder, it can't do. But if we have like an incline or a staircase, then that's fine.
all right. Other than Hyacinth, which of you is the least beat up? Oz, you're up front with
Yeah,
me. We'll
keep
range
an eye
ahead.
out for the Duke specifically.
Yep. We'll range ahead, make sure nothing's gonna cause trouble for everybody.
God,
Hey-
I hate dukes.
Hey, Benjamin.
Hey, wait. Stop. 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 I'm pretty sure I see the Duke.
Why don't you make me a perception check?
Or not.
You have a decently high passive, but like I'm going with the roll just because, like you said, I think I see.
I was. It was a comment on. I see the edge of his token out of the room that we saw him in previously. So.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I'm just letting you know, like, with the, you have a pretty good idea that there might be something. You don't know if that's the Duke yet.
Something big up ahead of us. Eyes peeled.
Will do.
How close does Tensor's floating disc have to be?
It keeps itself within 20 feet of me, so it's
Okay.
always 20 feet away from me.
Okay.
Oh, brother.
Sure enough, sitting just outside the door and facing down this tunnel and blockading more of the sewer sludge, the Duke sits in a hulking amphibian mass and croaks.
Oz will do a little curtsy for him. Nice to see you
Okay.
again.
Why don't you
Let's
make
go.
me?
We're just gonna go. Your audience with the Rat King might be postponed for a little while.
Here, let me play you a song. I mean, I'm not doing anything other than just playing normal song, just trying to
okay.
remotely. Yeah.
I am going to call that a performance check.
Okay. And all of these are still at disadvantage.
Oh, that's tragic.
Mm-hmm.
The frog, the gigantic frog who remains in front of you, slowly opens his mouth and his long tongue stretches out like an appendage towards you. And we are going to roll into initiative.
Oh,
I still have Gift of Alacrity. Oh, well.
oh, I'm very
Actually-
far behind.
There we
Wah
go.
wah.
Sorry, my sheet's being weird. Give me a second.
Well, that's okay. I don't have spell slots anyway. Wait, I have first level spell slots.
You're going to want to hang on to those.
Oh, will I? For
Hey!
why?
I mean,
Oh, sorry. I didn't select my token. I thought I was.
I just realized I never repaired my musket.
Cody, I have inflict wounds, bane, guiding bolt, and ceremony. I don't think any other situation. I don't think I can heal anyone. So we got that health potion laying around somewhere. Did we use it last fight?
I don't think it got used.
I've got it.
Well,
All right, Hyacinth, you're up.
I'm going to try to reserve my last spell slot and just move forward and cast a nice classic firebolt.
Damn. Okay.
Though I am not blessed.
Correct.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
2d10.
2d10.
Uh-huh.
Blast.
Anything else for your turn?
Nope. That is everything.
All right. Haza.
walk around this person, turn to them like as I put the shield up and say, please move back.
That is the person on the disc.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
I'll mark them.
Right.
Well, they're a little close.
Yeah,
I was eyeballing it.
Yeah. Also, if I move back, they don't get moved back. It never pushes away from me, only pulls towards me. So.
Yeah.
I will move to here and Eldritch Blasty Blast.
I forget you're a warlock.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's not supposed to look like a warlock. Oof.
Pew! Pew!
Wouldn't be
What does that
crazy
Eldritch
if that
Blast
didn't
look
hit.
like? Is it like...
It's just little like balls of air, basically, that she's like slinging off the end of her sword. Unfortunately, they've never been any bigger than 4 damage, so they're like little pebbles.
It's like swinging the sword through the air and like the motion of like the slashed motion like a video game, like cutting like past everyone and into a target. Is that a fair thing for me to be saying, Cody?
Yeah, she's not very big yet. It's not very substantial. It kind of just
Yeah.
looks like a wisp.
It looks like she's doing combat, but from far away.
Like Legend of
That's my
Zelda when
turn.
you have full health.
Yeah. All right, Inks.
I will move my full 40 feet. And might as well use that key point to get up close.
Do you have a special goblin thing that lets you do?
I think it's just disengage and hide.
Okay.
Nimble
I
escape.
don't remember, so.
Yeah, it's just disengage and hide.
Gotcha.
I wish. I don't know. Maybe I'll multi-class in a row. I'm gonna hit twice.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Well.
Hey.
Oh. Okay. That second one will hit.
And not only that 9 damage, but I am stunning striking.
Let's see if
this
it
is my
works.
first stunning strike.
I think it is. This thing is very good. That's a 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that was. I was like, ooh, that's great. And I was like, that it's a giant frog. It's probably got super good condom.
It is worth a try.
Yeah.
All right, that is my turn.
All right. Bell.
1 sec, Lou is calling me.
No problem. How we doing?
I'm trying to see if there's a GIF of in God of War. There's a hidden axe that you can get, a hidden axe script that causes every one of your swings to like send a like concussive blast off of the end of it.
I know what you're talking about.
There are no GIFs of it in this program.
Okay, I'm back. I am going to dash. I'm gonna. I forgot what the Duke looks like. I'm gonna dash here, and I think that just might be my. I don't got anything else. Yep, that's it. That's turn.
Oh, are you back?
Yeah.
Yay, great.
I dashed and ended my turn.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got. All right, Torek.
I never cleared my musket, so I will just draw my pistol
What's
back
up,
out
babe?
and take a shot. 2 shots.
That does not
I am not
hit.
blessed, so I don't know why that's not even. Nope, it is checked. Okay, second attack.
More of a rifle guy.
Ooh.
Awesome. This is going great.
More
It's
of a
okay.
rifle guy.
It's okay. Ooh, it's the frog's turn. The Duke. Let's see. What to do? Yeah. With its mouth slack and open, this fella is going to open its jaw further like a hinge and then lunge its skull forward and over Inks with a 27 to hit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For 12 piercing damage,
I'm unconscious.
and you are swallowed.
That's good.
Blinded and restrained. You do have total cover.
Hooray!
We'll just move you into this token space. How about that?
Oh, that makes me feel so much better. Thank you.
Yeah. And pulling its head up from the filth of the sewage, Inks is no longer in anyone's view, but you all see a lump be swallowed by this creature audibly. Oscaron, you're up.
I mean, this is. So I see inks being swallowed right in front of me.
Yeah.
Can I climb into this thing's mouth?
I, I'm gonna, sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna say you are going to have to do effectively a grapple check to try to pry its mouth open and climb in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay. I think you're still at disadvantage.
Yeah,
Shit. That does not work for you then.
Okay.
Actually, okay. I kind of retroactively want to give you inspiration because that's just such a crazy and funny thing. And I know that just means that you're at a flat roll for a 13.
Right.
But that is also the DC you had to beat because that's what it rolled for its.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going in after inks.
Okay. About to undermine my own DMing, but like that's just so crazy.
Are you like all the way inside?
Yes, because this thing is capable of swallowing 2 creatures.
Yeah, I'm going in after inks.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
You are also blinded and restrained and have total cover. But you can still like feel things in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will say that is definitely your action though.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for your turn?
That's it.
Okay. Hyacinth?
Oh boy. Well, it ate one and then just got another one for free. Okay, guys, all I can do is deal damage, so that's what I'm gonna try to do. Why do I still have bless on?
A
That's
14 does hit.
Much smaller today.
Okay, this thing is like covered in a mucus, and like the fire does not catch the way into the flesh the way you wish it did.
Oh, that's great. 'Cause that's all I got right now.
Haza, you're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna move
Okay.
over here.
I can't get any further than this because of difficult terrain. So I'll fire off two more blast deep. Actually, no. I'm going to use a. Let's see. Is that actually helpful? Yeah, actually, I will stay back here for now, but I'm going to use my action to cast heroism on myself.
Sounds good.
Yep. And that's my turn.
What are you doing?
Inks.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay.
Hey,
Hey, that's wonderful.
that'll do.
Okay. Okay. Melixiatha.
Huh. Right. Right.
It's going good.
Huh. I just need to see if this is Channel Divinity. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Wait, no, I already used my Channel Divinity. That's right.
Mhm.
Fuck. Wait, does it come back on a short rest or long rest? Long rest,
It's
right?
short, but you
Short.
guys haven't short rested since meeting the Duke the first time.
Then I have it, because I used the Channel Divinity on the ghost.
Yeah,
Okay.
you didn't use it in the boss fight, I
The
don't
boss
think.
fight. No. I just used spells.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Great. She's gonna run up to the Duke and smack the shit out of it. Let's. Oh, please, Yergel.
A 14 does hit.
Oh,
Oh! Yeah, I'm gonna use my Channel Divinity, the Touch of Death. I'm going to roll my damage, which is 6 plus 5 plus twice my cleric level, 15. So 6 bludgeoning and 15
nice.
necrotic, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Noise.
All right. That's very good.
All right, fucker, let's go.
Some of this mucus membrane immediately starts evaporating, and the skin underneath begins to crack like stone.
Oh, I like where this is going. All right. That's my turn.
All right. Toric.
15, 25 around the corner. Just trying to line up a better shot. And
Oh no.
well, been fun, y'all.
You got an
Good luck.
inspiration.
Oh God.
Cody, I have rolled 3d20 and not beaten a 3 on the die.
I think an inspiration will at least make you less likely to have to fix the gun,
Yeah.
That's
which
It's
feels important.
very
Yeah.
true.
Right, since
Very
your other
true.
gun's broken.
Yes, this is your gun.
Hey. Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
It feels like your inspiration use case is gun break.
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Yeah.
look,
Kill it.
we aggress to the mean.
Let's see. That is
Nice.
very good. Two winging shots across its face, and it starts to like groan. Deep, terrible noises. Son, Daddy's playing D&D.
Can I help you, Miles?
Mhm.
He wants to play with a puzzle very badly, which he can do by himself. He just likes to be proud and show off what he's done. And I
Mhm.
love to come and watch him, but combat is not the appropriate moment for that. Oh, it's my turn. So fun things. The acid within this frog's mouth does cause Inks to fail one death save, and then deals 6 points of acid damage to Oscaron.
Mm-hmm.
Then one of the big old wet, sloppy, stinky, sludgy feet rises up from the water to bash into Mel with only a 14 to hit, so I think it just splashes into the water beside her. Is that accurate? Yeah, your AC is better than that. Okay. All right. Oz.
I will grope around in an attempt to find inks. And assuming I can do that, I will cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. I'm going to look at the spell description.
Interesting.
I think that this is doable. Like you're not like in a cave inside of a frog. You're more like functionally under a bunch of blankets with like made of frog tissue. So like feeling around to find something that feels small enough to be someone you know.
Right. And I mean,
Yeah.
I imagine this just isn't a cavernous space.
Exactly. Yeah. Like
kind of wedged in there.
Yeah, you don't have to like fumble. Like, well, you are fumbling around in the dark, but like there's like things you have to like sift through to find. But I'll say you can do this, especially at the sacrifice of being inside of it already.
Yeah. And
all right.
Yeah, with my bonus action, when Inks comes to, I'll just say, Inks, better make your next shot a good one, and I will give them Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, you're the best.
All right. And with that is Hyacinth's turn.
Okay, I will move forward 15 feet. And peeking around the corner, try for another firebolt.
That's a hit.
14 fire damage.
All right.
No, Miles, come on. We're working on something.
What's a candy? Haza.
First I gain 5 temporary HP.
Uh-huh.
Nothing. I'll sling 2 more Eldritch Blasts because it's working so well. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Better and better.
All right.
We're rising action.
It's good. It's good.
These two actually got some substance.
Okay. All right.
That's my
Inks,
turn.
what's up?
All right, I am for another first for me, spending my last key point to do a hand of healing on myself. And then I believe I can add the Bardic Inspiration to that as well, correct?
Unfortunately, it has to be a spell.
Has to be a spell. Okay, cool. Then I will just do the hand of healing on myself. Oh,
Ooh.
yes.
What is that like? What does that look like? Doug, are you thinking or did you mute yourself?
Okay, I have no idea what happened, but my computer just shut off. So,
goddamn. Okay.
Now I have to find my laptop. Yes. Cool. I was going to say, seeing as how I'm inside a frog and I can't see me and nobody else can see me, I'd like to keep that reserved for right now.
Oh, okay. You know what? fucking fair.
Yeah.
Was that a bonus action?
No, that was an action. But as a part of my key field attack, if I spend a key point on my turn, I can do one unarmed attack.
Accurate. All right.
Will you do that for me while my computer loads?
Yes. You know what? Yeah, I can do that. There's an 18 to hit. Would you like to use a bardic inspiration, or you want to keep that?
Oh, the 18 to hit, I'll keep.
Okay.
Hey, look, it's already loaded.
Asking, as I should.
Yeah. Yeah.
8 points of damage. Okay.
And I don't believe I have anything else that I can do, so.
Yeah. Right. Oh wait, you are restrained. That is. Then
Oh,
an
a
11.
disadvantage. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Then, yeah, I'd
right.
like to use my bardic inspiration, which is a d6, correct?
D8, right?
He
Fifth
multi-class.
level? Oh, right. Thank you.
Yeah. That's great.
I rolled a 5, but I whispered it. Oops. So that means that still hits for 8 points of damage.
Tight. And that will be my turn.
Okay, Mel. Vi, are you with us?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I will go ahead and Mel is just going to smile at the spot that got necrofied and just slap her hand on it with inflict wound.
Okay.
15.
That hits.
Yeah,
It's just
that
a
hit.
giant squishy frog.
Giant squishy frog for 20.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
It's a
All
great
right.
spell. It's a great spell.
Oh my.
A section of this frog continues to like turn to what almost looks like black stone that then feathers out into ash so quickly, even to the depth that Inks and Oz like feel a change in the flesh around them, like something is melting away underneath them. Damn. Okay, that it for your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Torek.
All right. I will step back a little bit so I have a clear line. Maybe this is the line. There
Yes.
we go.
All right.
For 10 piercing
All right.
and a 27 for 9 piercing.
Damn. All right. Okay. Yeah. This frog is not doing so good.
Whittle it down.
Yeah.
I got one more turn of this, y'all. Then we're down to knives. So no pressure or anything, but we gotta finish this.
The those who have been swallowed, as the acid begins to like rise around your ankles and bodies, you each take 7 points of acid damage. And we'll attack the one within. Actually,
The one that's done horrifying fucking.
Actually, we're not. We are going to loose its tongue out to reach and snatch out at you, Haza. I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
It's a party in here, Haza.
I'm kind of sad it didn't go for me so I could fucking melt it from the inside.
Haza, this thing lashes around your sword arm and yanks you forward, and as it does so, its opposite, or one of its legs batters into your side to try to knock you into the wall and bludgeon you with a 21 to hit.
Yep.
Oh, was that the right? That was the wrong damage. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. That is 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so -5 and -9. I gotta do a con saving throw. Do have advantage. Oh,
Oh, wow.
nice.
Okay. 10 HP is not nothing though. That helped a little bit. Oz. Still poisoned and melting.
Mm-hmm. All right, Inks. Look out, and I will draw my longsword
Holy shit. Okay.
and not be successful. But
Yeah, that's yeah.
for my bonus action, I will say, I've done better, but I do believe I've cleared some detritus out of the way. Take a shot here, and I will use my last Fey gift to use the help action for Inks.
Okay. All right.
And that's it
Hyacinth.
for me.
Okay.
The puzzle is done enough that he can.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Oof. Oof.
yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Isa.
So I'm currently wrapped up, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I will. I can
help?
see the steps behind it, right? As I'm like slammed up against the wall.
Yeah, I'll say it for sure.
Yeah, I will. Bonus action Misty Step.
Okay.
So yeah, surrounded by like wind for a second, pop up behind it. Take 2 swings.
Okay. That hits. Okay. That also hits.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like in one fluid motion like disappear and like wind behind me as I like whip around in a circle just with the sword straight out.
Oh my god. Those are very good stabs.
That's my turn. That's what I
Okay.
got.
Yeah. Okay, Inks.
Okay, so to get out of this, I just need a acrobatics check.
Sure.
That doesn't sound right.
Start punching.
The frog hemoth's gullet can hold up to 2 creatures at a time. If they take blank amount of damage or more during a single turn from the creature inside, they must succeed a blank Constitution save at the end of the turn or regurgitate all swallowed creatures. I'm not giving you guys that much help. Which falls prone into a space 10 feet from the
You
frog.
just gotta beat the shit out of it. You gotta just punch its guts.
Yeah.
From the inside, got it. Yep. Cool.
Like I always
I will-
say, just
I'll happily
keep
do that.
feeding it those cubes until it
Yeah.
throws up.
Absolutely. We've been training for this, everyone. No.
All right, cool. The help action, does that just help with 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So here's my flat roll.
Mhm.
21.
Punch
Kick
the gut.
ass.
11 damage.
Yes. Okay.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Here's my disadvantage. 11.
Oh, that's gonna
Yeah.
miss.
Yep. And last one.
Oh,
18.
That's a hit.
come on, do it. Do it. Yes.
So,
Punch the gut.
all right. So,
Not
not
enough.
only does that actually beat the threshold, but with like the space that Oz has been like indicating to you, you feel some like stiff resistance. Something is weird here, and you drive into it a couple times with your elbows and like claw at it, and like this hole in what feels like flaking stone just shatters out of this beast, and the guts of it begin spilling out of this hole as the monster itself deflates and is killed.
Yeah, I like to think that I raked my brass knuckles against whatever I could feel in there.
Oh, that was close.
You are quickly becoming my favorite person in the world.
Well, thank you muchly for getting us out of there.
Hey, Oz?
Yes.
That was fucking incredible. You just jumped in there and got her out?
Well, in all fairness, she's the one who got us out.
I mean, okay, but you just jumped in there.
It was a team effort, but that level of self-sacrifice was unexpected.
Haza is beaming at you, Oz.
We engage in this endeavor as a team, so teamwork it is. Happy to help. Though I'd rather not be inside another frog anytime soon.
Yeah, I might keep my distance.
I'm just wiping off guck from everywhere.
His catches herself and then panically checks her shoulder plate to make sure it didn't dent on the wall.
Hey, and Minx has had her hand on her ribs since the big fight with the rats. How about we get the fuck out of here?
Yeah.
I'm kind of over the sewers now, thanks.
Hyacinth, if you don't mind, any chance you're familiar with prestidigitation?
I can do that one.
Oh, yeah, me
Haza.
too.
I would appreciate it from either of you greatly.
Teamwork.
Yeah, I just push a bunch of wind.
Much better. Thank you.
What a crazy thing the both of you just described.
We just air dry.
Yeah. I turned on a couple of air dryers.
I just essentially walked through a car wash with Haze and Hyacinth as either side.
Yeah, Hyacinth is using a combination of just splashes of water and teeny tiny black holes that just suck the stuff off of you.
Nice.
Yeah, Haza just is holding up a ball of air in her hand and just blowing on it.
All right. What was that?
Nothing. I'm all good.
Oh, okay.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Agreed.
Yep. I'm gonna try to fix my musket while I walk, since actually, I will just dead stop. Everyone saying, "Let's get out of here," and Torg just stops moving. Hold on, gotta take care of something very quickly. No trouble. What stat am I using?
Do you want to stand on my shoulder? You're kind of right at the.
I do still have 2 bullets left.
This is an int check for you.
Cool. That's broken.
What the fuck?
I've got an inspiration. God. Why don't you take one of those?
Well, don't you get to add proficiency because of Tinker's tools, right? And then the DC should only be 9.
And I rolled an 8.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that you rolled Tinker's tools. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. I thought you just rolled int.
Yeah. Take one of my inspiration, Ted.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to. This is just.
Hey.
Ted, I'm sweating. I'm sorry.
I am rethinking my whole character with my luck because I literally everything we worked out. I'm like, okay, surely I can't fuck all of this up, but I just I forgot it's me.
All right in a row.
I mean, yeah, there's always the chance, but I'm sorry.
I'll figure something out. It's fine.
I mean, you regularly do get inspiration. There is that
Yeah.
reality.
Mm.
But
Not enough, as we have seen today.
I know. I'm hugging you and patting your head. Okay. The rest of the way back to the carved tunnel to the surface that you all came through is clear. How do you want to get up?
So I mean, we have to climb. How far of a climb is it?
That is a 15-foot climb.
Okay.
Well, okay. Sewer's 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like 10 feet to the ceiling.
Yeah, and then 15 feet from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, not 15. 10. Sorry, that is 10 feet from there.
Okay. Can I see? I'm trying to think of how to get the injured person up, and I have, I think, one more use of phase step. No, I'm out of phase steps. Never mind. That won't
So,
work.
yeah, Hazel asked like the medicine-y people, how like stable do they need to be while we're moving them up?
I mean, we should be careful, but from what I understand, like, I'm not trying to get too in the weeds here. I don't know how much you've thought about this person's injuries, but is it like musculoskeletal kind of deal?
That would be hard for you to know with a 13.
With
on your
13,
check.
yeah.
That's my excuse.
But you
That's
need them.
fair.
Do you need them to not flop around, right?
We gotta do our best to keep them stable, but it might be more important for us to get them out of here.
Maybe some of us get out of there, and someone can fashion like a. How wide is the hole?
The not squeezing breadth, but like 3-ish feet.
Okay, so not wide enough for this person to be laying flat horizontal and raised up out of it.
No, but straight up and down. How close in size do they look to me? 6'2" current.
Can they just sit and we
Smaller.
form a loop with the rope, pull up the rope?
That was my plan.
Scout
Is the
actually
wall
taught me there's a knot for this.
is the wall scalable?
No.
Unfortunate. Is there a way to do like the one person holds their hands out and the other person puts their foot in and they like alley-oop up? Is that possible?
That would take a very precise act of acrobatics or athletics to do so. Simply because that's a lot of weight to lift and actually quite far to essentially throw someone up.
Yeah, fair.
I can give him something to sit in if that will help.
What if we both got on the tensor's floating disc to make up some of that height and did the same thing?
I mean, weight's an issue.
It's only 2 people.
We've got rope. It's 15 feet, right?
10.
10?
10 feet to the ceiling.
I think the
5
total's 20.
Yeah.
10 feet to the ceiling.
I can
and
get a
then-
rope up there, but without something that I can see to make it be tied to, or someone up there to grab it,
I get what you're saying.
Maybe we could try shouting and see if there's somebody up there.
Huh? What? Yeah, I'll do that.
Well, I mean, they were getting the people down here through something, right? I mean, presumably the people they were kidnapping weren't just falling 20 feet, right?
That makes sense. Didn't we find a mechanism?
That was the door, and also someone did injure their leg. People were just dropping down here, yeah. And that can be verified by the people who were dropped down here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't have a.
Did these people not die falling through stories?
How about this? With my city secrets from my urchin background, would I know of a means of escape that's nearby through these sewers?
Just like a
I-
horizontal.
Like an exit, an entrance and exit, because clearly people work down here, so there has to be a way that they're not trying to do what we do. So would my city secrets cover that kind of information?
I'll say that you have the understanding that somewhere near-ish there are Medusas. But perhaps back the way you've come, like in the broad tunnel that, or like the rickety bridge area, perhaps there might be a way up or down that might be on a path somewhere that could get back to the surface. Just by
That sounds like
measured distance between manholes, if that makes sense.
Sounds like a terrible idea.
Hey, you seem to have been able to do a bunch of crazy stuff with that. Can you make an object float? If I tie this rope to this shovel?
Let me stop you right there. Can't do anything like that till tomorrow.
Not even the shovel, little shovel.
Well, couldn't that magical hand?
I could catapult the shovel out of here. I also have a mage hand that could probably carry the shovel out if it's less than 5 pounds. I think shovels might be heavier than that, though.
They are 5 pounds.
Okay.
I have this written down because starting archaeologist gear.
Nice. I can get it to the surface. I can't hold it on the surface.
No.
Oh, how long is the shovel?
Yeah.
That's the plan. Carry it out, get it across the hole, climb up. I mean, at the very least, Toric weighs like 20 pounds.
We have a plan.
I'll allow this. You tie the rope around the center shaft of the shovel. The shovel ascends via mage hand vertically, and then once it has gotten outside, it turns horizontally and drops across the opening of the entrance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. You now have a secure line up.
I would like to go first then.
Can you climb?
A shovel, if it's all the same.
I don't have a climbing speed, but I do have proficiency in athletics.
This is tragically one of the cases where athletics is the required skill for everyone to get up this rope.
Perfect.
And I say that tragically because I have a feeling that is not the skill most people have elected to invest in.
If Tor had made it known that he wants to go first, I wouldn't.
No, feel free.
It's his shovel.
Yeah. It's my shovel, but I'm not a great climber, so knock yourself out.
Here we go.
Just
please.
Oh no!
I'm keeping it.
Please don't knock yourself out. Oh shit.
Oh.
Okay, great.
Okay, I may have misjudged my injuries.
Okay. I mean, I was about to say if you get up there, go get help, but let me see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lie down for a minute.
Unless anyone else, I mean, it's only held onto a shovel, so I'd prefer the light people were trying this. And Torque will begin just unloading his pack, by which I mean just taking it off, because
I can hold it for you.
He's got a lot of gear. Mel, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Not that I'm very good at this.
Sure, go ahead.
Not that I'm very good at this. You know what? If someone wants to just noodle arms.
What stuff? Fuck.
Okay,
I
it's gonna.
I cannot
I-
roll
okay.
d20s. I give
I'm
up
gonna
for the
think
night.
some
Good
light
luck,
thoughts
everyone.
and go ahead and try this.
It's just a shovel, though, is the problem. Like, I don't know how you.
This is like Critical Role indoors.
So like
Uh,
how I'm foreseeing this, because it is a shovel, because we should keep that in mind. Like
Yeah.
Toric and Inks are objectively the lightest, like followed shortly there by like it's not shortly, followed by like Hyacinth. They're
Mel.
the only ones who might no well, like the Hyacinth's
Yep.
like short,
Hyacinth is like
fucked
115
up.
pounds. But that's a lot more than like a kobold or something.
Yeah.
So the
Now,
goal is to get up there and get help, right?
Can
like
you give me a boost, Haza? I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yes.
Wait, give me a boost.
What? You just ate
Dude.
shit. I'm gonna go
Yes,
with Toric.
but I have better athletics than Toric does.
Do we have to have proficiency in athletics to attempt this?
no, it just
Nope.
has to be an athletics check.
Okay. I am going to.
The problem is the shovel.
Yeah,
I'm
the problem
going
is our
to-
fulcrum is very not strong.
Also, I'm the fastest, and I can have my time because I know this city.
We need someone who's strong and is also incredibly light.
Or Inks or Toric to go up and get someone who is stronger to start hauling people.
If somebody gives me the help action, I don't know if we saw.
Okay,
that
I can try.
second
Yeah,
tag.
let's try this again. I'll give you a boost up.
Okay.
I'll try to throw you.
Okay, hold on. Let me just take a deep breath in. Clearly labored. All right, here we go. Okay.
Okay. All
Told
right.
you.
You are able to claw your way up the rope, and pull yourself out. You don't weigh very much, and you also don't carry a lot of gear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is when Hazel like laces her fingers to like boost you. She does like almost throw you, just kind of surprised by how little to be carrying. I almost did that with another child because I'm used to carrying my own son who weighs like twice as much as kids his size. It's funny, but
I'd like to
it's
say I grab the shovel too at a wide angle and just will pull myself up like that because I'm cool.
hell yeah.
And then she'll whisper to herself, "Fuck yeah."
Hayes is just giving a thumbs up into the air.
Okay, I will be right back with help.
Please do.
And I will be running to Steamworks to get help, or Steam Valley Works, or whatever.
Do you want
Or is there a better option that I would know of?
just the street, people on the road?
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Help!
Now that somebody's out getting help, I'm going to use my last 5 lay on hands points to remove the poison condition from myself.
Okay. Fantastic. I'm also moving you guys for no reason and way too late in this scene back that direction. Okay. Ignore the slimes, it's fine. Okay. Inks, you can call over enough people, and like you're covered in filth and gunk, and so it does take a minute for people to like not immediately dismiss you as a local kook. But you're like, no, like people are down in the sewers and we found them and we would like to get them out, and with the help of the community, everyone can be pulled back up onto the street level.
Just as a flavor thing, I will use the cast off from the breastplate and use that as a thing for people to sit on and get pulled up, like tie it to the rope. Especially the person who we have to like carry up.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's a better flat surface.
Great. Good work, everybody. You saved some people.
Hooray.
Now what?
That is the question of the hour.
I'm sure we should report back, but like, I'm looking forward to that long rest.
Okay, to the authorities first, I think, because we did.
Isn't it the middle of the night?
Yeah, but still, they're still working.
Very well.
I think it's at least worth a try, but we'll probably have to talk to them in the morning.
I mean, we have to take all of these people somewhere and also tell them. Like, some of these people need help, so I guess we could take them with us back to HQ.
Maybe.
Perhaps a temple?
Or where would they like to go?
That's a great question, actually. Thank you, Doug, for
I
being
mean-
the one sensible person.
I would say that we should at some point they do need to go to the authorities, and someone with actual power needs to know what was going on down there.
Well, so they need to be debriefed. But let's figure out how to get their wounds taken care of first, and then we can worry about debriefing.
Now that we're out of the filth, I will prestidigitation all of them, just because, like, I don't know how many cuts they have, and we were just straight up in filth.
There are a lot of puncture wounds
Yeah.
and like teeth marks.
Yeah, I'll just, like, meticulously clean all of them off with little, like, jets of air.
Thank you, Haza.
You can turn them loose to seek out any medical attention they'd like, or you can tell them that they're not allowed to go anywhere unless you say so. Like, what do you guys tell them?
Inks is going to ask them what they would like to do, where they'd like to go.
Pretty much all of them would like to go home. The one who's seriously injured would like to go get that taken care of immediately, but get their family notified.
Are
we can
any of you willing to talk to the authorities about what happened down there?
They all kind of universally agree that seems reasonable.
I would like to grab contact information for them so we can hand that over to the authorities so they can go home.
Okay.
With the one that's super injured, I guess probably nearest temple. Are they conscious currently?
Should be. They were.
Yes, they still are.
If they
There was
did,
a lot
that's
of
a shift
jostling.
change. No, yeah, that would be a significant sign.
Yeah, that feels like it'd be bad.
Yeah, no, still conscious, and they can be brought to a local healer's. Okay, so like temples and healers are different things, but like you can bring one to a healer.
What was the name of the late teenager?
Liesel.
Yeah, I'll go up to Liesel, like clap her on the shoulder and say, please do go, like, right home.
She
How old is
nods.
Liesel again?
Late teens.
I'll walk with Liesel home.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we not going to,
Walk. That's true.
Walk?
Walking each of them home would be, yeah.
It's like the middle of the night.
Sure, you guys can spend the rest of the night walking everyone home.
Yeah.
Con saves from everyone.
Woo! Yep. There I go. Underestimating my injuries again.
Oh, fuck.
This ain't shit.
Yeah.
It's the one thing I'm good at.
That's
I'm
actually,
jogging by the end of it.
You
that's
got the
actually
12.
a 12, yeah.
19! Woo!
All right, half of you take a level of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Let's see. I actually need Inks and Mel to make me con saves. A second con save.
Tight.
Oh, crumbs. I don't like
Hey.
that.
Regress to the mean. Nope.
11. Regress
Thank
to the
you.
mean, indeed.
Thank you.
Wrong mean.
Is that for something special?
I don't get to tell you that.
Yeah.
It's not exhaustion, so I'm worried now.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Do. Okay. All right. So when the gray dawn begins to break and the last person is returned to their home exhausted, and you all begin to feel the chill of the night begin to melt some and really set into your bones. What do you do? What do you do now that you've gotten everyone to safety?
Find somewhere to fucking sleep.
Yep.
Where would you like to go for that?
I don't know, somewhere.
Wherever I have been staying is where I am heading. If
One-Eyed
we are
Jacks?
very much done hand-holding your little ones, I am tired. It is miserably cold in this place. I have a gun to repair. I have bullets to make. It
I
was
have,
certainly working with all of you.
I mean, I appreciate that you're grumpy. We'll probably see you later today.
Yeah, we should probably meet back up to.
I just
Well, okay, he's gonna go.
He's just like that. It's one of
Eh,
his charms.
I'm not
We'll see
offended.
him later.
I have an inn that probably has some rooms. If anybody, I'm technically supposed to drum up business there whenever I can, so this is good.
How do you mean drum up business?
It's just a part of an agreement. Like, you just
What
head
kind
on
of
down to Dallas Corner,
what kind of agreement? She sort of
where
like
I
looks
drum
at
up
the sword and then looks at you.
where I drum up business in exchange for not having to pay room and board because I have no money. There, I said it. Okay, I have no money, and he lets me stay there.
Inks looks away uncomfortably.
Will we be meeting at the Vanguardians then?
That makes the most sense.
I will see you all tomorrow at the designated time. And
Hey, so if you don't, oh sorry.
yeah, go for it. I'm just heading to the Tower Breakers. Gonna crash that.
Hey, so if you don't mind, I'll follow you to your inn.
Sure, I'll see. I don't know if there is such a thing as like a friends and family discount, but it's worth a shot, I guess.
And even though you guys have been here for less time, just because of how close the One-Eyed Jacks, the inn that Torek has been staying in, is, like, next to Daleth's Span, it means you have seen Daleth's Corner, and you do know that is, like, that's, even though you guys are currently down here, that's still, like, half the distance. Ish.
That's kind of what I was hoping. I was doing the math, and I'm like, it is on the way. Yeah, it is. I guess it's probably morning by the time we get there, right?
I mean,
Like
it's morning
proper.
currently.
Yeah.
But it's up to, I mean, Torek and Mel and, I mean, Hyacinth. Where would you like to go?
Oh, I'm heading off with Haza and Inks.
Yeah, Hyacinth will follow the group to the nearest place. Anyone who's not splitting, like, I'll go with Haza in that case. Yeah.
Torek with Mel?
No, I said I was going with Haza. Torque's going to One-Eye Jax.
No, that's what I'm clarifying with Ted. Ted, you still going to One-Eye Jax, or are you going to follow Mel?
Oh no, I'll be following Mel. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Okay.
We had rooms. Now, what do?
I mean, you don't.
We've been
You can
staying at Jack's.
you can
where
go
have
sleep
we been
in wherever
sleeping?
you got rooms. I won't be offended.
Did we have rooms? I thought I had to go see Torque at the beginning of this.
You did. I just assumed that it was like you were like you would have
Oh,
been
in the same.
You'll have to walk across
Yeah,
the
yeah.
span again. So like,
Also, what is the designated time? Because I do want to get some rest.
I don't know, morning, like sun up, just past sun up.
You
Haza
might
just
want to
sort of
take a
like
look in the sky.
opens her arms to the sky and then looks back at Haza.
This is like usually my like beginning of nighttime.
That's not how time
I will
works.
see you all at the Vanguardians at 2 in the afternoon.
That
Sounds good. Yeah.
sensible.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, I guess I forgot about our rooms at Jack's, so I'll see you there. She sort of nods and walks off with Torek.
All right.
Yeah.
So that means Haza and Inks and Hyacinth are all traveling to Douth's Span. And once
Corner. Oh, Casper Sack.
corner, yeah. But like you split from everyone else at the Span. The inn is actually quite like an obviously old establishment that has a lot of replacement parts, very much like a refurbished building that has like been passed hand over hand over hand through management. There is like white washed walls that have been like sea stained, and gray tiling on its roof, but it is like a very large tavern that this early in the morning very few people are mingling around, and the mist from the river is still like creeping around the alleyways around it. But it does not like have any like outward facing appeal other than it seems to be rather central. Like it's right next to the market. It's actually like a midpoint between the but like in the city, north and south. Like it clearly has its own foot traffic just by location, and seems to be coasting pretty fairly on its convenience rather than its like its front appeal. And there is I don't remember if I gave this man a description. Now I gotta look.
Yeah, walk in. Hey, Mr. Sachs.
There is a broad-shouldered, short gentleman who is exhausted from just staying up all night cleaning after the tenants have gone to sleep in the bar hall. It is lit and bright compared to the dark tunnels you all have been crawling through for the past several hours. And he like looks at your guests with like a smile and a quizzical quirked brow.
I brought friends this time.
I didn't know you had friends.
Okay.
In all fairness, we met today.
But we are great friends.
Friends in progress.
Friends seems like a strong word, but
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah. I brought potential patrons, or
Love that.
Yeah.
That feels more accurate.
How about you brought a potential patron and a friend?
And a friend. One friend.
I'll take them both. He reaches over the bar and with a hand outstretched, Casper Sachs, the owner, and also the landlord. And he looks at Haza.
Haza just smiles.
And what sort of rooms will you be looking for?
Oh, I don't require much.
Ones with beds in them.
1 or 2?
2.
2 is fine.
He nods and says, "That'll be a gold apiece."
Yep. I'll pass a gold over.
Same.
I'll look at Caspar and be like, I'm gonna be honest, it took everything in my being not to like volunteer that they could sleep in my room because it felt like it was against the spirit of like, you know.
Absolutely against the spirit.
Yeah. I just want you to know that I resisted it.
I appreciate your restraint. Breakfast is served in an hour.
Oh,
if you're
thank you.
interested.
Okay, I'm gonna go for a run. But then I'll be back.
Oh,
I do have like bruises and cuts all over me.
Oh, and Haza,
Mhm.
please remember to close the window next time.
Shit. Okay. I've been thinking about like a rope for. Okay.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
it's the frost on your floor that you're gonna have to deal
I
with. So watch
know.
your step.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yeah. You two. I'll be back. Pretty soon. In not too long.
Okay, I wasn't really concerned, but thank you.
Okay. Well.
Patron, and he points to you, Inks, and Haza, friend, or to Hyacinth.
Yeah. Other ones to print. Yeah. Okay. I'll be back for breakfast.
I'll turn to Hyacinth. I meant she seemed like a capable individual. Did that come out wrong?
I don't know.
Hayes is just gonna go for a light morning jog.
is this your dad, Cody?
I just want to verify that you are indeed just going for a jog.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I just have like a route I run.
Uh-huh.
Probably like just down to like Setting Sun Street and back.
Mm-hmm.
Inks is gonna meditate until breakfast. She is definitely not sleeping through breakfast.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Hyacinth will go and take a full trance.
All right.
I'll get breakfast and then go pass out in my bed for as long as I can.
Okay. All right. Then, upon the return of Mel and Torek to One-Eyed Jack's, a much more interesting looking facility with like black painted walls and a hooked roof that is like designed to appear ominous, even to the point where like there are tinted windows that give all of the light from the inside a red glow, and like it's not like supposed to be scary or like even like humorously gothic. It's just supposed to be like kind of leaning into like a mysterious weird place, but like that aside, like upon entrance it's like incredibly comfortable and on the high end of like costs. Like it's like 2 or 3 gold per night depending on like the suite you stay in here. Substantially more expensive, but like worth it here. um, with a large number of staff to attend anyone who needs to do business or requires any services or assistance with anything. Is there anything the two of you need to make note of doing?
No, because I'm pretty exhausted. As much as there are things that Torek wants to do, it's sleep time.
Yeah.
There will be time enough.
Same with Mel. I think she's gonna go to her room and start like documenting everything and like poring over all of her notes and stuff and trying to organize them and probably fall asleep at whatever desk that they have in the room.
Okay, no problem. I would assume that you guys are like sharing a room, and for that reason have a small discount of like a gold and a silver each, or sorry, 1 gold, 5 silver, each as cost. And I've got to sneeze. Okay. And finally, Oz, when you return to the Tower Breakers, Cran is like actually staying up and keeping herself busy. But she like was obviously waiting for you to return. And just closes her book that she's working out of when you enter, and just expectantly waits for some form of report.
Good evening, Crown. The good news is that we found many of the missing. Unfortunately, 2 of them were dead before we got there, but we managed to get the rest out. We also discovered that the artifact in question, well, we discovered that the Rat King is apparently the individual responsible for abducting these individuals and is using their blood trying to test this artifact. And I will retell the myth that, at least as far as I know, is the most reliable information that we have about this generally clear cloak. Unfortunately, the Rat King got away, and I believe the artifact with it. We did find this hat, which has some magical aura around it. And yeah, fortunately, everybody that I went in with, I came out with. So, all in all, not a bad day and night.
She extends her hand for the hat to examine.
I'll hand it over.
You see her begin to study it and murmur to herself as she fetches from her bag some components and begins casting Identify for you. And reports after the completion of the ritual. This would appear to be a summoning vessel, something that is capable of taking things from the underworld into up to the surface. I don't think it's any sort of dark magic. In fact, it's more or less a party trick, but it is unfortunate those who have not survived, and I would hope that their families might perhaps have the resources available to them to either put them to rest in a proper way, or even if some fortune were to allow, to return them to this plane, should that be their choice. Were all the bodies retrieved?
No, just the bodies of the living. There were the 2 deceased that we spoke of. There are also a handful
Oh wait,
of...
hold on. We didn't get the corpses. I thought we did 2 tensor
No.
discs. 2
That
on
was
each.
it was a tensor's disc to carry the one person who lived who was injured.
Yeah, I did not use the second tensor's disc, and also we I don't know if we didn't have a plan for getting them out, but my thoughts were that we were going to tell authorities about them and they could go back.
Okay.
So there were also a handful of individuals that were petrified, much like my new friend Haza. We left those individuals down there as well. I don't know how long or if it's reversible, but perhaps someone should look into that as well.
Should we be able to access them and find them, all right, then perhaps that is something that might be permitted and something we might be able to assist with personally, but I would not hold my breath. That is an invaluable resource to be able to provide such relief, and as much as I would be willing to offer it freely, unfortunately it's not something that I have within my own physical power.
Understood. I mean, we'd like to do a lot more than we can. I mean, look around. We're not exactly operating out of a palace, but there are bunks here, and I will avail myself of one of them, for it has been a long day and an even longer night, and I was very recently the interior of a giant frog.
How dare you neglect to report that? And she smiles.
Oh, trust me, Gran. I'd like to forget it myself.
Get some rest, Ozzy.
Thank you.
And we will take our 15-minute break, after which we will reconvene and determine if there's anything that needs to be done before your final report, and perhaps the collection of your reward.
Do we get a long rest?
For those who are going to take a long rest, you may take a long rest. How are we doing?
Alive.
Fantastic.
I think Doug said it best.
You guys didn't think I was gonna let you walk past the Duke, did you?
Hoping.
We were miraculously able to do it last time.
Emphasis on
funny,
miraculous.
It's Roger Rabbit rules here, baby.
Oh, a reminder now, because I might forget by the end of the session, that unfortunately I probably won't be able to play the next one. Because I'm getting married that week, and all the families will be in town.
Right, I wanted to
Many
ask,
families.
since you had requested possibly not doubling up, but like shifting a couple sessions, like to give you some D&D for that time. What's convenient?
I can literally do anything, so.
Okay. I
Like,
can only do Mondays, so that's
that's what I mean. Like,
okay.
any Monday, because again, the 16th is like the only no go. Like, I could probably get away with it, but there'll be enough family in and enough different groups of family that I suspect somebody will want me to be around.
How would we, Doug, are you still here?
Yes.
Okay. How would we feel about doing?
I'm good with any Monday.
Like, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as long as I know the date, so don't make plans.
Okay. What if we played next Monday, skip the 16th, and then we're back on the 23rd, and we just go from there?
If everybody's okay with that, that would work great for me. I know
Yeah.
I'm kind of the one fucking with things right now.
Dude, you're getting married. It's okay to fuck with things a little
Granted,
bit.
I still
Honestly.
feel bad because I'm the one. I like it.
Bitch, I've
But
taken
yes.
like 3 vacations like in the past year. Like,
It's fair, I guess. But yeah, that would work good for me. And genuinely, playing another session between now and wedding time would be pretty good for my mental health.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Legitimately.
I wanted to know if playing like before or after would be better, but I think before is better.
I mean, yeah, because essentially then it would be I guess the sticky would be if we skipped next week and the week after that, then it would be like the 23rd, presumably.
Yeah.
At
Sorry.
23rd and 30th if we doubled.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if everybody's okay with this, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
More than fine.
Yeah. Ted, are you with us?
Yeah. I said.
Oh. Oh, okay. And Adam said BRB, but I also trust that I could tell Adam anything and he would be like, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
But I will put it in chat anyway.
Hmm.
Let's see.
I do need to 2 weeks. Yeah, I need to contact Sean directly.
Yeah.
I mentioned it before, but that was before it became the month of. It became real, so it was just this time in the future.
Uh-huh.
Now it's like 2 fucking weeks, so I'm like, oh, okay, yep, I need to give Sean a heads up. Merv's gonna spend a session hitting the books, workshopping some stuff. But yeah, speaking of weddings, how'd you do it, Max?
Oh, that's Tyler's story. Tyler gets to tell the
Oh.
story. I did the damn thing. Tyler gets to tell the story.
That is fair. This is the same situation I got in when
Yeah.
Jess proposed to me. As I was like, now yeah, I had to talk about it. You remember when Jess proposed? It was right after Salt Marsh, like
That's
on my
right.
birthday.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
and it was a session where we ran long too. We ran like 30 minutes longer than normal. So she's just sitting in the back room stewing after having given me like a birthday note. Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that. It's fucking funny.
Go,
All right,
Tyler,
Tyler
go.
gets to tell the story.
Well, like months ago, whenever I was looking at things to do for Max's birthday, I asked him, and he said it would be fun to take a trip up north to go to the zoo and like the museum and stuff like that. And we were all for that. And I don't know wherein like Max started planning the scheme.
2 weeks after I said I wanted to do
Yeah.
I wanted to go and do a vacation for my birthday first,
Yeah.
and then
and like shortly after that, like he mentioned this very nice like shopping center with this nice like fountain area and this beautiful like yard, lawn, whatever. And I started getting suspicious. But I eventually well, on the trip we spent like the first we got there on Friday, and we did the things we had planned to do. We went to a planetarium, which Miles and I had a blast on.
Yeah, I took my space boys to the planetarium. I love
Yeah.
a planetarium, but I've been to this one, so.
Then the second day, we went to the Children's Museum with Miles, and it was a wonderful time, and he had a blast. And then went to the zoo, which was also a great time. It did end in a little bit of blood.
A little bit of blood.
A little bit of blood.
Okay.
Miles decided to leap from like a 6th like stair on a slide and didn't clear the stairs, so it was a very bad landing.
He was fine. Just a tiny busted lip and then a bloody nose.
Yeah. I mean,
he was completely
anything
fine.
lip is gonna bleed forever and look like a horror show.
Yeah. It was funny because I didn't get any blood on me, but Max's shirt and pants had blood on them, and was very like, okay, no, I've got to get this blood out, and of course, like, have to do that regardless of whatever. But we also mentioned like, I need these pants for tomorrow.
It was cold as hell, and I brought one pair of long pants. That was a practical thought. That was not.
It was
being
practical,
weird.
but also like it was the outfit you planned for that event. But yeah, and then on Sunday we checked out of the hotel, had a very good breakfast, and then the plan was to go and Max's cousin lives up there, and we were gonna meet up with them. And the story that I was told was they don't have that much time, so like there's this like trail kind of close by that they said they could meet us at, and we could just go on a little walk, nothing too fancy. And so we got there, and Morgan, Max's cousin, met us there, and we started down the trail. And then Morgan was like, "Oh, hey, Miles, look at this secret path," and like took Miles like off, and I turned to like follow them. And Max just like grabbed my hand. No, we're gonna keep walking this way. And we walk down the trail, and it's very nice and everything. And then we kind of come around this corner, and there's a couple of bridges, and there's one bridge that I could see from afar that had like a table set up with like a tablecloth and a bunch of pretty stuff on it. And my thoughts were like, okay, if Max is going to propose, it's going to happen now. But also, like, it might not happen, and that's fine. I wonder what that over there is. Maybe it's like a Mother's Day celebration a week early or something. Yeah, I'm not going to read into it. And we continued, and as we like set foot on the bridge, and like it was like this very pretty like tea party. Wait. Yeah, this very pretty like tea party setup. And like there was the balloons that across that said "Marry Me" on it, and I didn't read them quite at first because the wind kind of had blown them out of place. But like as soon as we got on the bridge, Max like turned and like took my hands and like looked at me and started talking all sappy and stuff, and I was like, okay, this is it. And sure enough, he proposed. Fucker used a line from our D&D game, and it was very sweet. I don't know how much we've talked about like my character in the Jacob from Tavern Saltmarsh, but his whole thing where like he owed a favor to Riker the Fae, and then like saved Riker, and then Riker like cashed in the favor by just asking them to like take care of them when they were sick or whatever. And so Max like asked me by saying, "Can you do me a favor and let me take your name?"
Well, I tried to say that. I
interrupted a little bit because it was a lot, and I was very caught up. But yeah, and they had a photographer that took a lot of nice pictures, and had some wonderful cake. It was very, very pleasant.
I was wrangling the dog for the end of it, was still listening, but I had queued up in my brain to ask, like, did you get like rings or anything?
Yeah, Max got me a ring, but we have not gotten Max a ring.
Yeah, that's what happened to me too. Well, actually,
Max posted a link in Pursuit, and that's to like a gallery of some of the pictures. And there's a few shots
fuck you!
where
This is fucking too cute. Fuck both
beautiful.
of you. Fuck
there's
both of
a
you.
couple shots that have the ring in them. One of them where it's like hanging on a plant near the end.
How did you know what ring size?
We had talked about rings ahead of time.
Yeah, some like ahead of time legwork.
I would not have dumped as much cash into this proposal as I had if I did not know what the answer was going to be. So, like, I already knew what size to get. Actually, like a couple of months ago, Tyler had been looking for a ring that he wanted for months, and he found one. And he was like, "Yeah, this is definitely the one. This is definitely the one." And like a couple of months ago, I was like, "Hey, babe, you need to give me the link to the one you want so that I can purchase it, so that I can propose to you with it."
So are you going to do like an engagement and a wedding band? Because I just ended up getting the one ring that I liked. It was like,
the one ring
that'll do both.
all?
Yep.
That'll do both. I'm like, I don't want another ring. This is a good wedding ring.
Well, the one he's got has like a split in it, so
Oh, it's
like
a 2-1.
like it's
Well,
all one band.
It's all
Yeah.
one band. It's got it's a like a offset inlay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
The inside of the ring is wood, and it's really neat.
The
But
inside
like the
is
plan is just the
ironwood.
one ring.
Mhm.
Also, yeah, holy shit.
All for
That-
getting
that
the
is-
one
that-
ring and
that
getting
is-
the good one.
That is the fucking cutest spot, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there was a lot of work that went into
Shit.
Yeah,
Man,
that's
all of
crazy.
this.
Looking at it makes me just like,
Sappy and romantic.
I
No,
made it through the first
yeah,
3 pictures. It was
yeah.
like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
see,
fuck
but
off.
I'm like, man, I'm broke.
Oh, and there's like one on a.
I can't.
I feel like we have similar rings, actually. What's the inset?
The inlay is rose gold.
Mine's
Um,
got like opal and an inset like that,
Oh,
but it looks just like that.
Cody,
Except
That
it's
is
si-
way cool.
sick.
except it's silver. Hang on, I'll go get it.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for, actually, Cody.
I hate to play the type, but are those?
Yeah,
the
it's
photographer
tungsten.
that I no, sorry, that
It-
because we were up north, there's like humidity up north, and my lungs have been like melting because of it. But the photographer, like, I hadn't met her before and had just like hired her. And like she was awesome. I loved her. I might actually see if she like what her rates would be to travel all the way to St. George for our wedding because I really liked her. But like she while we were doing be nice, while we were having tea and everything, like eating some of the cakes, she like pulled out a Polaroid camera and she's like, I'm gonna like snap a couple of these so you guys can have some to take home right now. And then like all of these edits for these previews right here are just like the first day edits, like,
Mhm.
and we're gonna get the full gallery in a couple of weeks.
I sent the picture of my ring. I need
I
to
love that.
I need to decorrode it because it's like meteor. I think it's meteorite or some shit, but it means that I do have to like de-rust it occasionally.
That is really cool, Cody.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I picked this one out or if Jess was just like, this is cool looking, and I looked at it and was like, yep, that's cool looking. I know for Jess's, it was the day after. I was like, okay, well, get up. I think not even the day after. I immediately after she proposed with the ring sizer, I was like, okay, get on Etsy and tell me what we're buying for you for your ring wise.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I hate to play the type, but are those Reese's peanut butter cups with whipped cream and cherries on them?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. My cousin is an evil food genius, and she like I already told a couple people this, but like when I had first enlisted her, I was like, I want to set up a fairy tea party. That's what I want it to be.
Mhm.
And like she immediately was like okay, but like what if I made a cake? And I was like, you can make a cake. And she's like, what kind of candies do you want? And I was like, well, Tyler likes Reese's and I like gummies. Okay, do you think I have time to make macarons? Like, you do not have time to make macarons. You can buy some if you want. And then like 2 days before, she's like, what if I like add a little finger sandwiches? Like, don't add finger sandwiches. We're gonna go to lunch afterwards. And she didn't listen to me. She didn't like
Which did remind me that I had leftover Reese's in the freezer.
we also have
Nice.
leftover cake, and I'm thinking about it, but I've got a DM, so
She
You put the
crushed it.
Reese's in the freezer. Discerning taste. Cold
Yes.
chocolate, very good.
Yep.
Excellent.
Excellent.
But yeah, congratulations. This is very fucking cute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's adorable.
After the fact, like I tried to call my mom like right after and she didn't answer. And then I tried to call again like right before we went into lunch and she didn't answer. She eventually called me back. But it turned out she was like mowing the lawn and didn't have her phone. I was just like, well, I've got to wait. I've got to tell my mom before I can tell anyone else.
I think, yeah, I told my mom, like, first person.
Man, my mom's gonna be the last fucking person that knows. I'm gonna tell my mom, like, the obligatory,
Week after
like,
the wedding.
no. Oh, she would fucking murder me if I did that. But like, I'd probably do it like, the next Christmas or whatever holiday I have to spend with her. She'd just be like, "Oh yeah, so how's stuff?" And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I am engaged now." And she'd be like, "Why the fuck didn't you tell me?" And I'd be like, beats me." Yeah, you dummy.
Also, Tyler,
What kind of ring are you gonna get me?
the most endearing secondhand thing is hearing the the giddy flutters that you're getting while relaying the story. It's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I can sympathize with that feeling. I wrote on that for like a month.
I have a very funny story of like the day before when I was home packing before Tyler got home. My cousin who did all the food stuff, she's the cousin who's like in the wedding industry. And I was like on a video chat with her and being like, okay, so I can nail down to a T the outfit that Tyler is going to be wearing at this time. What should I wear so that I blend in a little bit into the background, but don't look invisible, because I want Tyler to be like the focal point of this, And so like there was like a 30-minute phone call where I was like swapping between shirts and pants, trying to find like the right thing to wear that looked nice enough that it didn't look like I wasn't in like a t-shirt.
Well, you want to you don't want to overdress and play your
Exactly.
hand. You don't want to underdress because they're pictures. It's a tough needle to thread.
The most suspect thing that Max said to me was, "Hey, yeah, so Morgan said that there's this like nature path, and she said it's like very like picturesque, and so like, what if we just wore like some nice clothes for that day, and we could take some nice pictures?"
Look, hey,
I understand that was suspicious, but also we don't take a lot of pictures together, so my thought was genuine.
I mean, that is genuine. That is genuine. But that, along with the fact that I knew you had bought a ring, and like I very much wanted this to happen,
Yeah, but you didn't know the ring had arrived.
Yeah, that's what really threw me for a loop, is I had no idea the ring had arrived, because we were talking about like shipping times, and Max threw in like a comment that was like, yeah, and like I get it on things like your ring, they have to like craft that. It's gonna take time to get it in. That's understandable, etc. And
Meanwhile,
I was
at
just
the
like,
time of that conversation, I'd had it in my possession for like 3 weeks.
So much so that like the day before the trip, while I was wasting time at work, I did look up the website that the ring came from to see like shipping times, and
What
it was like, yeah,
website is
ships usually most orders ship in 1 to 2 days. It's like, well, I have a very big finger, so maybe they had to like make one that was sized for me.
My friend at work had a similar problem with this recently. Like, he had to get a ring sizer, and his fingers were like bigger than the ring sizers that they had. So they had to get like a special ring.
Yeah, mine wound up being like a 15.5.
And I'm at like 5.25.
I was about to say, that's a big ring.
Also, I think the silicone ring that came with it is not a 15.5, but a 15, because it is a little bit tighter.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's fine.
I mean, if you want one to not fit right, you would pick the silicone ring and not the ring.
Oh yeah,
if you get to choose one. Okay.
All right.
Done with the diversion.
Yeah.
Wanted to gush in the secondhand happy.
So cute.
Adam, you with us?
I am.
And Doug?
Yep.
And Ted?
Yep.
And Violet, are you present or are you still conversing?
Oh, I'm here.
Girl, you good?
Shut up, Doug.
Verticality scale, where are we at?
Where are we at? Verticality on what axis, Cody?
What?
I regret asking.
What a
Uh,
fascinating sentiment.
on the x-axis being forward and backwards
Uh-huh.
tilt, that's or is that the z-axis? Or sorry.
What angle are you making with your, like, is it acute or obtuse?
It's obtuse.
Okay,
I
this is
think.
a bit of a lean back.
No, it's not back. It's sideways. I am embodying
This
the
doesn't
stereotype.
elucidate.
I'm in an office chair, but the back of
Mhm.
the chair is under my like armpit, and I'm like, sort of just like
Yeah.
leaning into it.
Now pull your
Kinda.
legs up into the fucking L from Death Note.
I'm like height redacted. I can't fit in an office chair. I'll just be sliding off.
A height redacted. I forgot height redacted.
Yeah, nobody here is gonna know how tall I am. I'm just gonna have you assume.
Mhm.
You know, for me, and one of these days, I'm gonna meet you. On that day, I will know your height.
I think she's told us before because I have a number in my brain, but I'm not going to share it because it's been redacted.
I think that's the point.
Say the number and I'll say hot or cold.
6'4".
Even if
Like lukewarm-ish. Kinda, not really.
Okay. Either way, we're gonna get back to D&D. Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. So, is there anything anyone needs to say that they are taking care of before reconvening at the Vanguardians at 2 p.m.?
Let's see how long crafting bullets takes.
Ah, shit. I don't know. That's in my notes somewhere. I think. I hope.
Have the tab up. Carry on. I will look it up and
Ted, I love you. Okay. The rest can gather? Yes?
Mhm.
Yes, we gather?
Mhm.
Excellent. So, Lauxius is, here and speaking to, like, a messenger, who is in long red and golden robes. That, like, anyone who's spent any amount of time in here has, like, can, like, recognize those colors. There is, like, the head of a lion, with a bolt of lightning, like, cut into the mane of it, like it's of its mane. This is the symbol for the Bureau of Magical Mischief Management. Um, this individual is speaking, and, like, wrapping up their conversation with Lauxius pretty quickly upon hearing, like, the ding of the bell as you all enter. And then, as soon as they, like, registered your presence, they actually step outside and leave you in this room alone with your quest giver. Welcome back. I'm glad to see each of you have arrived.
it was it was a long night.
And it was done in one night. Or is there something you have not told me?
No, I think it's done, at least our part of it.
Fantastic. And what was it?
The arcane specifics elude me somewhat. Potentially 2 Fey lords, princes,
Invaders.
some kind of. Well,
Well, an archfey, one of the beast lords, particularly the king of rats, was experimenting with an artifact. This artifact reacted differently with different types of blood, something along those lines, and was casting a wide net to try out different people's blood to see if he could get it to do what he would have liked it to do.
A rather thoughtless gamble for a creature such as that.
I think it was also about teaching the material planers a lesson about respecting rats or something like that.
yeah, there was an element of revenge, or rather justified, like, vindication.
And the victims, how many were there?
Of the sewer or of the Rat King specifically? I mean, the cause of death for some of them were difficult to ascertain because many of them were captured by him but ran off into the sewers and were met by Medusa. So,
Or other things. There's
or
no
other
way to know how
things.
many
Or
they
other things.
killed.
Based
We
off the bones in that one room.
They also
Yes.
fed many of them to a frog hemoth thing.
I think they were fed to the creature beyond the door that we didn't see.
That is to say, probably dozens. Low estimate.
In
In
any
addition,
event,
there are still 2 bodies down there that, for my interests, I would like to know would be recovered.
Well, I can't say for any that might yet be recovered, unless it were something you were to handle of your own accord.
well, perhaps of
But
most interest to you, there's 4 that are still alive, and I believe Haza, is it you or Mel that has the contact information for those individuals?
Oh, it's me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. And I'll produce a piece of paper with their contact information that I took down.
he takes the slip of paper and goes to stand behind the counter where he draws another piece of black paper and lays it out. Then retrieves a pen that begins writing in white ink across it. As he writes, the lettering melts away invisibly as he scribes information that you've given, and then continues to write. As he's standing over the table, one palm flat against the table and the other writing. He keeps writing more than you would think he would need to be. You say there were Medusas and large frogs, toads.
It should
Large.
be pointed out the Medusas weren't too keen on the Rat King moving in. The one we spoke to talked about him making their sewers crowded.
In giving
Interesting.
a more full account of the things we actually encountered, besides the Medusa initially, which is probably unrelated, there was some large creature with tentacles, the large frog thing, quite a number of frog humanoids and rat humanoids. There was a giant alligator, crocodile, and some blobs, as well as one undead spirit thing, which was related to whatever was going on there.
Great many obstacles you've all overcome. And none of you show any signs of demonic possession, fey enchantment, or other such And he trails off and waves his hand in with his pen.
I don't think so.
To the best of our knowledge.
I would hope not. Is that how do?
He continues to write. Very well then. It sounds as if you had at least middling success, having come back, having, what do you think, banished the threat or abated it?
Probably abated.
It left on its own. It'll come back on its own.
Interesting.
Identified as best we can say.
Identified is certainly more than I could ask for, admittedly. Identified gives us information.
Time to start setting wards in your sewers.
It would appear so. That might be quite the cost to the city. But that is not one that is our concern. And with that, he sets his pen down and methodically begins folding this piece of paper into a bird.
Perhaps if I could find a way to contact someone in power, an old friend or something from the Feywilds, the Rat King should not be free to be using this artifact that he has possession of, especially not on this plane. It is not one that is meant to be known of.
Hyacinth, are you familiar with the artifact?
Somewhat. I know of it mostly in the sense that I am not supposed to know much of it. It is a great artifact of the Feywilds, and it's should be kept an incredible secret. And the fact that the Lord of Rats has it, I don't know if he's allowed to have it, but I am fairly certain he's not supposed to have it here.
If it is secret, his use of it was fairly brazen.
Indeed.
And do you say you have friends that are royalty?
I am a member of the Green Courts.
Oh, you are royalty.
More of a soldier, a knight of sorts, I guess.
Huh.
Not quite connected with the Seelie or Unseelie, but a little bit separate, a little bit older. I am part of an order that protects artifacts such as those. The artifact I am familiar with is one much different than the one we almost encountered, but I believe they are in the same category.
And you're protecting it here?
I believe that I trust those of you who are in this room enough to say that I am searching for my artifact. It has gone missing.
So, 2 at least of these ancient Fey artifacts have been lost from the wilds and brought here to the material plane.
So it would seem.
If you guys haven't done enough damage to this world.
When our employer asks if we had any sort of possession or anything, can I? What kind of check would it be to like examine myself for that sort of thing?
That is a very good question. But which the answer is there's technically none, except that I, as the DM, would probably have said or done something that might suggest such.
Like an extra con save?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But in this instance, I think I would allow you to roll a religion check.
All right, I'm gonna cast guidance on myself because
Sure.
Is
this
that
is
something
kind
I
of
can assist with, as I am trained in religion?
This would have to be something that Mel would be vocalizing that she's
Oh.
thinking about.
Well,
No, I'm not. I'm just doing a
nice.
mental assessment.
Oh, okay, you rolled well. As far as you're able to like assume based on your own presence, you don't feel that there is anything different like spiritually. You if you were under an enchantment, which would be like not a lot of fae have the power to do any like no possession, you didn't like bump into anything that wasn't a fae theoretically, and you killed the ghost, so that's out. You saw fae that did enchantment, but like you watched it enchant Toric, but not yourself. So as far as you can guess, I think should be fine. If maybe feeling a little sweaty just from being suddenly freaked out about it, but that's it.
Okay, I'll pray about it later.
Well, if I may be so bold. And he walks to the window over here and then opens it and lets the folded black bird fly from his hand onto the wind. I should determine the accuracy and fulfillment of contract to be an absolute success. Would that be a fair assessment by all of your standards?
Well, the Rat King did get away, but I think that was beyond our power to stop.
Yeah.
I should perhaps admit that the intentions I have with hiring individuals who have demonstrated great power or perhaps incredible potential for power is not entirely solely for your own growth and benefit. Though whatever you should do with your own strengths should naturally, of course, be whatever you would like to do with your own strengths. There are things that I have upcoming on my own calendar that I am in need of incredibly capable individuals at my side for. Of course, this is per contract. I would be hiring each of you personally in as attendants for a particularly interesting event. A social event, I should be clear. But it is some time away. You have all shown that you are quite handily capable of keeping yourselves together, and even to some degree appear to be amicably capable of working together. And that is a good demonstration for the circles that I will be mingling in 3 weeks' time. However, you are not the only people I am entertaining for this position. And if you wouldn't mind, there are contracts that are upcoming that might prove to be the perfect place for you to demonstrate that perhaps you are indeed noteworthy individuals. I say such because there is, I know, something that each of you would be deeply interested in understanding more deeply at this social gathering. However, I wish not to reveal my hand too quickly, and if you are all still in need of payment now and between this moment and 3 weeks' time, perhaps we should discuss a following contract? He then goes back behind the desk and retrieves the chest that is filled with your reward for the fulfillment of this current quest.
So, we are in need of fulfillment of our current contract, so best handle one thing at a time. In terms of any future arrangement, it strikes me that were we to sign a contract, it's not just compensation that would bind us, but particularly if we were to engage on your behalf at some sort of social event, then our reputations would also become intertwined. So it's with that in mind that I have to ask, who's your friend from the BMMM?
Oh, that would just be some page that is notifying me of the particulars of perhaps one of the more interesting cases. The BMM is interested in seeking individuals for an exploratory mission to the host tower, or, as you may know, what remains of it. Perhaps that is something we should speak of? Is that a contract that might take your interest?
So I guess that's open to the group then.
Are there other contracts for consideration, or is that currently what you have available?
It is what currently has my attention.
Mm-hmm.
And he grins.
Then I suppose, as Oz was saying, one thing at a time. We'll settle this contract to everybody's satisfaction, and then we can decide if we are, I guess, coherent as a group enough to make a decision about the next one.
And one last detail, and I hope you don't find it off-putting, but your knowledge of our interests is interesting to me. How do you know about us? If I understand correctly, not all of us have been adventuring for that long.
Well, you all came at some point looking for work. We all spoke, however briefly. I have keen insight, and many of you perhaps tell more of yourselves than you would anticipate that you do.
I suppose it is your business to know things, so that's sensible.
Secrets among friends. He smiles at you, Hazer.
Yeah, his smiles back. Like, his is under no illusions that this guy's out for his own interest. But, like, at least he's honest about it.
I have here the 400 platinum for the reward for the rescue of those who have been lost. I believe that I am owed 5 of it. And he looks at Hazer again.
Yeah, she nods. Obviously, that will go out of my cut.
He opens the chest, which is not a particularly big chest, but it is, 400 pieces of metal, and retrieves 5 of them, and leaves the chest for you all to take.
Wonderful. We also need to take 10 of those platinum pieces to repay Nick and Knack for the materials necessary to bring Haza back to us.
Out of my cut, I assume?
I don't see why that would be necessary. We undertook this as a team. Resources used to keep the team alive should come off the top, I believe. But not my
If
choice
that-
to make.
That
If
seems
that is-
amenable.
Fair enough. I just wanted to offer. It is money that was spent on me, and I appreciate it. So my appreciation is shown by, offering my cut, or
Very
a portion
kind,
of my
Haza.
cut at least.
Very kind.
We're all friends here.
His smiles at Hyacinth.
Again, very strong word.
Well, I think then, Noxious, we have some conversing to do, and I know I, for one, have a debt to repay.
May I go with you to repay that?
Well, certainly, and actually, Nick and Knack are quite unusual characters in town. If anyone is unfamiliar, I'd recommend coming along so that you can meet them. Both an invaluable resource and rather unusual individuals.
Should my next contract take your interest, please notify me quickly. I would hate to give it away to someone who perhaps is less passionate about it.
What are they seeking in the host tower?
What I have been told is that it is not what they are seeking, but what someone else appears to be hunting.
So is the job to stop that person from getting whatever it is they're looking for?
He zips his lips.
Right.
And what is the compensation for undertaking this contract?
If this was adequate, and he puts one hand on the chest, then you should be entirely satisfied with what the rate the BMM is willing to offer. I left off an M there. God damn it.
I suppose they'll have more information for us before we go tower diving.
This would be an instance where speaking with the client personally might give you some more insight than I might be able to offer. Naturally, though, the High Arcanist and I have an understanding that she and I have been in conversation. Should you go and speak to her directly, she knows that you are on my payroll.
Fair enough. And I suppose then I will ask, are there interests you have that you want served here beyond simply fulfilling the contract stipulated by them?
The High Arcanist and I are quite familiar, and I like to keep things friendly.
Fair enough.
Besides that, I personally have some similar interests that both the Tower Breakers and the Bureau might share in the discovery of oddities. Speaking of which, you mentioned that there were things that you might have found in the sewers. I do offer to purchase anything you are not interested in keeping. I wouldn't dare take it from you, but...
Hat? Mirror?
Yeah, just a mirror and a hat.
No,
Just
I'm
a mirror
looking
and a
at
hat?
the people who took the two of them, and he will look at. I forget who took the hat, but
I think Oz had it last.
The hat's currently with the Tower Breakers.
And I mean, it's up to you, but the mirror could be weaponized.
He looks at you with like kind of a blank curiosity.
you said nothing.
It was a hectic situation. I get it.
I just mean that if I'm not trying to make a decision one way or the other, but if we were to hang on to that mirror, it could be used to turn an enemy to stone, should we wish to do so.
Mm,
That would be very risky, because it could also turn one of us to stone by accident. It's also fairly big.
That might be the one that belongs with the Tower Breakers.
yeah, that feels like
For suitable.
we're gonna need a permit for that.
Anything you collect certainly does not need to be recorded. But if you're caught without a permit, naturally.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I probably shouldn't be carrying around this wall mirror.
Unless you can can you put it in one of those you made like a hole that fire came out? Can you just
No, I
sorta-
cannot do that.
Okay.
I wish. Maybe one day.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I would show you the mirror, but that feels like a bad plan.
Put it flat side down.
Yes, everyone close your eyes for a moment.
I'm getting in the corner of the room as far away as possible.
Take the mirror out and set it face down on the table. Try not to look at it myself.
Okay. Face down, the mirror is inert. But it does just look like the backside of a mirror.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled by the thought that this might be a plain mirror. It will turn you to stone. It almost did so to me.
He retrieves some spectacles that like most of you can recognize at this, like there are like common magic items that exist that like do simple things. I mean, like there's already like, you know, detect magic shit that exists, but like this one's like even cheaper. And he just nods and says, I could purchase this if you wish to have it removed and not have to jump through any red tape.
You can have the rest.
How much would you pay for it?
300 gold?
And what would you do with it after you purchased it?
Well, I mean, I certainly wouldn't be hanging it up in my own bedroom.
I suppose is there any deduction for assurances that you won't use it to petrify?
I don't mean to be perhaps flippant or dismissive, but what good would that serve me?
Yeah, that's
He does have a reputation to maintain.
it's fair, but it would maybe if you just don't do it flippantly, as in the act of the petrifying.
Are we concerned with the mirror being used as recoverers of this mirror?
Nope,
Kind of?
not particularly.
Same, not particularly.
Okay.
As long as it's used responsibly.
I mean, we're all friends here, right? We trust him.
What a jerk around inks.
I will concede to the group on this one. Is 300 gold what we want to sell this for?
That's a lot of money.
Your tower breakers give rewards for finding dangerous items, Oz? Perhaps they can beat the offer.
There is little to no chance they can beat that offer. The tower breakers generally rely either on finding the artifacts themselves or on the goodwill of the person that did find it.
I suppose you could also turn it into the Bureau. They certainly would pay for it, but I can't guarantee that they would offer a more generous reward.
Okay. To haggle for
We will
a
not be
moment.
turning it into the Bureau.
How about the gold and a single healing potion?
His hand his eyes flick to your belt or your bag. What what deal?
I'll look to the group.
Deal.
Inks will give like a haphazard thumbs up.
Somebody else might want to hang on to the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I was fine with just the money, so this is fine.
Yeah, there was a lot of blood and violence down there, so maybe
Oh,
two of these
yeah,
at all
yeah.
times is good. Like 2 people.
Certainly you're still up to task, though.
I mean, all in all, I kind of enjoyed myself.
I mean, additionally, we should probably talk about reserving this contract, saying that we'll take it and pursue it, even if we, do take time to reprieve and rearm. Because
Okay,
that doesn't
so
mean we're not,
yeah,
doing work.
as
Just
a
means we're
group,
preparing.
then do we want this one? I'm game, but
Well, given that the next contract is in 3 weeks, you said, yeah, that seems pretty good.
I'm looking conspicuously at Torek, who seems to be the most likely to just be like, fuck this group.
Torek is completely nonchalant to what is going on. He just looks back. What?
Are you still wanting to be a part of this unit we got here, or
Do you think you'll be able to handle hanging out with a good old world breaker like myself?
that's a cool title in all fairness.
I really like that title.
You shouldn't. This world is fucked up because of them.
Oh, Torek,
Okay,
I feel like you're
Torek.
being a tad reductive.
I'm sorry. I'm
I'm
fucked up
sure
twice because of them. My mistake. You are correct. It was twice.
I'm sure you do also realize the other very savory plane that is a mirror of ours that isn't the Feywilds that constantly comes and fucks things up. Oh, what's it called?
Also, there's plenty of people who think people like me are also the reason why this world's fucked up. So doesn't mean they're right.
Yeah, but I am right.
To yourself. I don't believe it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
So
not even mention
Long
the
story short,
dragons.
I go where Mel goes.
fair enough.
Good.
It
We'll be
is-
dealing with Mel from here on out.
Okay, no.
Look, I am not offended. I understand that other members of various types of elves that trace their lineage to the Feywild could have caused many problems for the material plane. I have never left the Feywild before my current jaunt. So I feel no responsibility for this, and I understand that might just inflame this
Maybe
thing
we
here,
have this
but
conversation like over drinks or, like in a bar somewhere
There is no
social and not
conversation. I've said my piece.
okay.
Yeah, you want to take this rhetoric to the public?
Inks, can you just
Oh,
like
God.
a moment,
Could we please just get to business?
the money and the contract good? Everybody contract good?
contract good.
Another haphazard thumbs up.
Oz?
Oh, sweet divine.
Oz, are you okay working with
For the BMMM? Certainly
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
But if you all are going in, the tower should...
Wait, what's the bureau?
I was gonna ask the same thing. We don't really have this sort of thing in Neverwinter, and I never really left my church until
well, let
months ago.
allow me to suggest the following. Perhaps we could come back with a decision on the contract tomorrow, so that we might have more time to discuss the particulars amongst ourselves, including a little history of the Tower Breakers and the BMMM.
That sounds
fine to me.
amenable. Yes.
I'm smarter than our previous choice.
Will our contract conclusion here buy us, let's say, a day of goodwill on giving out that contract to another?
Make me a persuasion check.
Ooh.
I'm gonna fuck this up.
Charisma caster.
Ooh.
Hey! I'm gonna fuck this up. Get out of here.
In the breath between you asking that question and his answer, the sudden awareness you have of his crystalline claws clicking against the wooden table becomes much more audible. And it's not like an impatient thing. It is just a rhythmic, pleasant noise.
He's thinking.
And then he says, "You have until noon tomorrow."
Sounds more than reasonable to me.
Very gracious of your lordships. Thank you.
Another clarification. Noon?
Sun all the way up.
Ah, yes.
I guess also shadow small. Depending on...
Well, not really shadow small as far north as you guys are.
Yeah. That was the depending on. Like,
yeah.
looking down at the ground and be like, shit, I'm right here.
With that, then, he places a few more pieces of platinum into the chest, as well as setting another healing potion next to it for you to retrieve, and you are dismissed to go and loiter and discuss what you'd like to discuss.
What is our individual take of this, then? Do we want to split even, I guess?
So it was 385 after the deductions, and then plus 30 for the mirror. Right, so that's 425, or no, 415.
Yes.
So 415.
I may have
God,
chosen a bad number deliberately. Haha.
I'm so bad at math.
I mean, it does divide into a nice number.
Yeah. It's just not an easy number.
No numbers are easy if you're dumb.
Divide it into 6. It's 69.16 plat, I think.
Let's just go with
Fucking
69
nice.
and then
Nice.
Nice.
change.
We're
Just-
adults.
Nice,
Just
nice, nice,
multiply
nice.
69 by 6, and then whatever is
Yeah.
left over.
I mean, that leaves
for
one gold.
treasury.
That leaves 69 for everyone, and 1 gold in the
Platinum.
group pot. 1 platinum in the group pot.
That sounds good.
So we all have 69 platinum.
Nice.
Everybody's got 69.
This is so much money.
Yeah, Jesus.
Um,
I had to hook you guys.
Yeah.
shall we go to visit Nick and Knack, or do we want to discuss the contract first?
Nick and Knack first.
Yeah, with curses looming
outstanding.
over our head, I think that should be priority number
Yeah, I'm a
one.
bit concerned.
I know we have
I'm sorry,
time, but
curses looming over whose head?
oh,
Right.
Well-
You guys are. Oh.
well, if we make it to Nick and Knack, you won't have to worry about it.
Look here, I didn't approve of these curses. If they affected me, I'll be incredibly cross.
I don't.
Well,
it-
it's pretty open ended. It might just affect Oz.
she is like staring at Oz to say something that makes sense.
Inks, what curse are you talking about?
The one that if we don't repay, we get struck with.
No, that is an individual thing.
See, only one.
At least to my knowledge, it is.
See, Mel, nothing to worry about.
Good. Ugh. Okay. Let's repay that debt, and I'm sorry, who cursed? I'll meet them soon enough. Right.
Mm.
Exciting. Nick and Knack.
All right, you guys are just a couple of blocks away from the market, so you get there by the warmth of the afternoon, whatever that means in this godforsaken place. It's not actually hellish. I just like anyway. There is once again the colorful bannered caravan or wagon that is at once like a carriage and the shop that appears to have like walls of it that fold outwards and with tarps that extend, and like this place looks very much like it should not ever move because of how many like auxiliary parts are included in its display. However, it is not where it was yesterday. It's still in the market, but it is just somewhere else there. And once again, these two individuals wearing conspicuously ostentatious secondhand clothing are, well, one of them is barking out advertisements for any number of their elixirs, objects, tools of the trade, tricks, and knickknacks that they have. The other one beside him is producing displays of these objects as they are lauded, only to be like sleight of handed out of your view for the next one to replace it in his palm. And as you approach, oh, hold on. Nakari begins, ceases his yelling, and reaches out his hands to shake if you'll take them. as you approach. It's good to see you, fine fellows, in the daylight nonetheless. Good to see you better. And he like looks you up and down, Oz.
Yes. Very good to see you as well. I'd like to introduce you to my new friends, and I'll introduce everybody, and I'll save Haza for last. And this Haza is the individual for whom the materials were purchased last evening. As you can see, no worse for wear, thanks to you.
Charmed. He goes to like kiss your hand, Haza.
Yeah, like quirking an eyebrow, just kind of smiling because this person did technically save me.
Now, on that matter, should it be a day of repayment or perhaps a day of greater debt?
No, today is a day of repayment, and perhaps, depending on what is in the shop, maybe some further business. And I will give him
Glorious.
the 10 platinum that we set aside.
Oh, too kind. He counts it 3 times very quickly before pocketing it. Nick, dear, would you be so kind as to retrieve? Oh, yes, there you are. And with just that gesture, the other silent partner pulls from his coat a list of the offerings for today. Let me show you what we got. I put this together a long time ago, and I don't remember what's here. Oh, that is some pretty cool stuff.
Interesting.
Some very unusual items.
We fancy ourselves rather unusual folk.
Now, I must ask, the enchantment that was placed on me in order to assure repayment on time, has that already been lifted, or is there some additional step you need to take to remove that?
Oh, perish the thought, dear. He produces from his sleeve the contract that you had signed, and when he shakes it to unfurl it, as soon as it reaches its its full extension, the edges of it begin to burn, and it turns to ash, and he dusts his hands off.
This email required signing a contract. Nothing to be worried about.
Oh, we also have some other curious items if you are in the market. We have some merchandise we've been trying to offload for a while. And like Nick opens his coat, and under the frock he's wearing, you see that he's wearing a shirt that says "fuck the BMM," like a "fuck the police" t-shirt.
Has a Snickers in spite of herself.
And then he folds the jacket back up. But naturally, we understand that it might not be entirely popular. It's at a discount.
It's not magical, right? It's just.
Well, I suppose you could have you could call it an enchantment of probably get yourself detained and questioned, but
it's good for the soul, Haza.
It's true, it's true. I have enough layers, I think I could probably wear it under, just in the spirit of it.
Oh.
That's a girl.
How much does it cost?
3 copper. I said discount.
I would never wear one of those under my armor. And
Yeah, you have a couple
Oz,
layers too.
Oz knocks his armor and winks at Haza.
Do you already have one?
Oh, I don't think I'd tell in public.
I'm like staring at the platinum that I that I have. I
I
don't.
have gold if that's easier change. She just sort of like flicks them a gold piece. There,
I could
on
just
me.
give you a
Go
lot
for it.
of the shirts if you'd like.
No.
No, just the. Do you have boxes of them?
Perhaps.
That's no. That's a lot of. That's a lot of like
Oh, that's
pseudo illicit merchandise.
that's a very amateur
That would
move, guys.
definitely. That's like trafficking shirts instead of just buying shirts. Different. That would get us
Listen, they're
arrested
incredibly
so
theoretically popular, but I've been having a very
Theoretically.
hard time finding a appropriate purchaser.
Okay, well, I would like one of the shirts, like hang it up on my wall, maybe.
Sure, do whatever you want with it.
Just thinking out loud.
Are these available as crop tops?
One
You could, like,
Nick
make it
produces a pair of scissors and cuts the bottom half off of one of them and hands it to you.
I'm getting the sense you bought too many T-shirts.
How much?
5 copper.
Well, you lost about a third of that one, so 2 copper.
Perfect.
I'll take one of the shirts, just fold it up and put it in my bag.
What else you got?
Non-shirt related purchases.
Mhm.
I would like, if I could, the scroll of Featherfall, and the scroll of Glyph of Warding.
Both incredibly clever.
And also, would you happen to have the components necessary for transcribing?
We do. However, we do understand that they are maybe not hard to come by, but what with the cost coverage for the sorry transcription after a fashion potentially can also translate into what is known as the distribution of magical items. Say you transcribe one scroll and create another scroll. When we sell components, as will most merchants here, there is a little overhead fee for the validity, the
And there's
permit.
no like oath I could make that that's not my intention. I do not lie, if that helps.
Charming, but many of us can proclaim to not lie.
Indeed, true.
I mean, Nick here's quite good at not lying, and he like shakes the shoulders of his silent companion.
Very well. What's the overhead?
Just a 10% additional.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
you pay 10% additional for magic items? Is this a thing here? Mel just sort of like looks between everyone.
Yeah, kinda.
The
What do you mean? Yeah, kinda.
the classification of like permit magic items is something that has kind of like spread across the Sword Coast, particularly in the Lord's Alliance. So that's not something you're unfamiliar with.
Oh,
but
she
like
hasn't left the fucking temple like for the past month.
that is true, but like that's still something you would be aware of, just because like other clerics of Jurgle would have exchange of magic items, and that would be something
I
that would be
suppose, yeah.
discussed. Yeah, but you
Do I
would
have
never.
a permit for my thing? Do I have a permit for my thing? I feel like
You would, yes.
do I have one?
You, because this was especially like an item that was part of your like order, there's absolutely like the paper trail for it. It would be up to
Okay.
you whether or not you kept that on your person, but
Oh
like
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
If the
yeah.
paper trail exists, I have it.
Yes, so you do have it. Although like you probably are less familiar again like as a scrivener, well not as a scrivener in position, but like as a scrivener, you are probably less familiar with the idea of like component cost in this facility that's being described as having an additional rate, just
Yeah,
because
that's
like for you,
weird.
like for you religiously, any piece of paper you write on is magical, but
Right.
like that's not literally the case.
Well, in that case, I was almost spot on in how much I thought I needed. Would any of my dear friends be able to loan me 15.5 gold?
I mean, are you going to be using this magic that you're buying on behalf of the group?
That's the plan. Featherfall will hopefully keep any of us from going splat on the pavement should we fall from a great height.
It's not
Yeah.
really an issue for me.
Heza hands over. It would be what, 2 plat? Yeah.
And I will say, just so this is clear, because I know wizards as a class is unique in this facility. Like while within Lord's Alliance slash Sword Coast like metropolises, that's where this small tax would be a factor. But like
Yeah.
you would be able to acquire this in other places without concern.
I'll hand over 2 plat to Hyacinth and just
Okay.
like smile and say, I hope it helps then.
Oh, also,
Oh.
I know Glyph of Warding.
Well, yes, but now I would know it, and I would always know it.
Oh.
Cool.
It's very easy for me to learn too. It's abjuration, so
Okay. Yeah. Knock
Plus,
yourself out.
as stated, each of these, upon purchase, is within itself a casting of the item, or casting of the spell by itself, cost included.
I'm curious
well, if I copy from a spell scroll, it destroys the scroll.
Mm-hmm.
I am telling you, it does not.
Ooh.
Oh, well.
Ooh.
Ooh, Nick and Nack's got that good shit.
Yes, that is a Nick and Knack
Cool.
special thing.
That's cool. That's really good for Glyph of Warding then.
Yeah, you get to learn the spell, and then you have a cast of the spell.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
Well, with that, I buy exactly as many components as I need and the 2 scrolls, and with the loan of 2 platinum, I am left with 4.5 gold that I will give back to Heza.
Yeah, Hazel will just hold a hand up and say, you should have some gold on your person.
Okay.
Like at least a little.
I will erase the 69 in platinum and add 5 silver. Beautiful.
Yep.
Thank you. And then that will take me, let me see, 2 hours plus 6 hours divided by 5 hours to do that work. I will do that next time we long rest.
Oh, fucking trance. Yeah.
Does anyone have anything else?
No. I don't think so.
Nick, Nack, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. I'm glad that we could do some additional business as well, and maybe take that box of shorts down to the Tower Breakers headquarters. Unless, of course, they're the ones that sold them to you in the first place.
The two of them exchange glances and mirror an expression of a raised eyebrow, and then send you off with a thank you.
Oh, I believe drinks are in order then.
We could go back to Dallas Corner and unless there's there's other preferences. I don't actually know of many bars here.
Well, you mentioned that.
You owe them patronage.
Yes, you have a business arrangement with them, and
Yes, I'm obliged to say that yes, the drinks are good and the rooms are nice, and there is the dinner is also pretty good.
And as someone who stayed there last night, I am obliged to say that the rooms are okay at best.
Great.
they serve alcohol.
Do they serve? I assume they serve alcohol, Max.
Every place still does, because we live in a world where beer is nutritious.
Yeah. Hazen nods.
We still live in that world.
Yeah.
Woo!
And they serve meals as well?
Yes.
Well, then it sounds like a fine place to go and have our discussion. And maybe earn you a little favor with the innkeeper while we're at it.
His smiles.
All right. And you are back around the corner to Daleth's Corner.
Open the door with a flourish as I gesture to the group of people that I'm bringing in.
Customers or friends?
Mixture.
Both.
Are they paying?
Yes.
Excellent.
Is it an option not to?
No.
I imagine it's an option not to pay if you're not interested in consuming anything.
That's fair.
Naturally not a fan of loiterers, though. Casper Sachs, and he introduces himself to each of you and allows you to take a seat wherever you'd like.
Before taking a seat, I will count out 5 platinum and hand it to him.
He looks at you deeply suspiciously.
I finally got paid, so consider this some back pay.
Hero work pays now?
It still doesn't really. This one, well, heroism was involved in this one, but this was closer to freelance. We did save lives, though, so that's good.
Better than the other way around.
True. But yeah, I know this doesn't really cover it in full, but consider it, consider it a start.
I can at least get the floor revarnished.
Yeah, Hazel will walk back to the table.
Well, that was a eventful few days.
Yeah.
How many of
Few
you
days.
are?
Didn't we meet yesterday?
How many of you are experienced with this sort of mercenary work?
Not really mercenary work, but I have done a little adventuring on behalf of the Tower Breakers, mostly of the investigative nature. And I just got out of a 2-year stint in the service of the military here in Luskin.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a bit of a career shift for me.
And what did you do before? Yeah.
I used to fight for money.
Oh.
Yeah, that grew boring. And now I'm here with you.
Fighting for money grew boring? That sounds like a story.
Was it any different than a soldier who retires?
Ooh.
my enlistment time was up.
I just figured with however little time we all have, there were better ways to spend it. Saving people already has proven that true.
It's been my break.
I mean, yeah, heroism generally feels pretty great.
Yeah. I just didn't know until yesterday.
It is good to do good for the sake of good, and when you can get paid for it, well, having not been paid for it for a while, I could say that it feels quite good.
That sounds like there's a story there.
But I've been informed that it's extra legal hero work or vigilanteism.
So you didn't have like a contractor?
No.
So you just did good for good's sake.
Yeah. I sort of didn't get a ton done, but maybe like 30 or so. It's not like crime happens every night or like needs every night, but did some.
How'd you come into your powers?
What do you mean?
Haza.
Oh, the sword? Will? I kind of woke up one day and I had it, and I could just like pull it out of. Well, I guess it started like in my hand, but then I realized like I could kind of pull it out, and then I also had a little bit of magic, but I don't think it's the same.
It as soon as Haza said "Will the sword," Mel just sort of like slams her eyes shut and is just pinching the bridge of her nose.
What?
So it's sentient.
No.
No, but you named it then?
Yes. Look.
Non-sentient magical sword that you can
But
summon from nothing.
But it's
named Will.
Yeah.
Did it tell you its name
No.
was Will, or did you name it?
No, it just. I tried a couple other names. This one felt the most right.
Is it like that thing where you get a puppy and you call it Skipper and then Fluffy, and none of them seem to work until you finally settle on Timmy?
Kind of, except that I said several of the names out loud and they sounded really stupid. And so then I sort of rethought my position.
I understand.
And then Will felt less stupid, but also correct.
Yeah, a good artist has to workshop their ideas.
Yeah.
And so there's no like event or anything that happened to you that Will came from? Like you didn't find Will in a somewhere and it just came to you.
Yeah, I mean, I had run a little bit extra long that morning, but I don't think that was related.
Interesting.
I'm aware that it's not super normal, so I kind of just keep it quiet mostly.
Do me a favor and keep me updated on the status of it, just in case things go weirder.
So, do you have anything in specific or just generally?
I'm sure you'll feel it when it gets weirder.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll keep you updated if it gets weirder.
I must say, can't really argue that against the fact that We worked rather effectively when we were working together as a team. Although I've never worked on a team with a couple before. You two do make a lovely couple. How long have you been together? And he's talking to Mel and Torek.
Mel just kind of doesn't register it. Oh, hey, us? Oh no.
Oh,
He
my
just
apologies.
What the hell is he talking about, Mel?
Oh, he implied that we were a couple.
Didn't imply.
Couple of
I said it
what?
outright.
Assumed.
Mhm.
Assumed. Sorry, wrong word.
Oh, right.
Pairing,
You-
I guess.
That's a thing that you all do. I forget that sometimes.
Well, I guess the question is, someone who doesn't seem to be too interested in making friends, what is your attachment to Mel?
It's probably more direct, yeah.
Mel saved my life.
Mm.
I mean, technically, it was a clerical error, and I had to correct it.
But you saved his life.
I was dying, then I wasn't.
It wasn't his time. Yeah, of course. What else would I do?
How did you know it wasn't his time?
That is a very lengthy lecture in religion that I'm sure you don't want to sit through, Inks. However, suffice it to say that Yergul has a prescribed time for the end of all things, and he likes it when we're right. And if things kind of go off that track, people like me correct it, or at least that's the kind of point of why I'm out here. Also, I didn't quite fit in the clergy. I don't know if you've ever met another cleric of Furgle before, but they're not as they're a little bit more. And she pulls like a very like frowny face and sort of hunches her back.
So your god is the god of the endings of stories, then?
Huh. Yeah, pretty much, if you want to be metaphorical about it.
Does he
Death.
decide when the stories end, or do they just end where they're supposed to end?
It's been decided. He knows. It's
Interesting.
just, sometimes things happen that are outside of uh the knowledge. It's like something interferes.
Well, yeah,
Necromancy is a prime example. You can't really
nobody
account for
can.
things ending if you have a soul that's trapped by some whatever.
Okay. And he doesn't write the story, though, just the ending.
Yes, just the ending.
Interesting.
I mean, I didn't think. I mean, the story doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
I mean, it doesn't matter. The ending is prescribed. In the end of all things, he knows when everything will end, even himself.
Yeah, but the story gives all of the ending context and makes it have a point.
I've got to imagine that the story matters quite a bit to the characters in it.
She sort of looks quietly at Oz and Haza. I wasn't ever taught that, nor again is it that important to my work.
I mean, that's okay. You are already kind of writing your own story, so lean into it.
How do you mean?
Embrace it.
I mean, I didn't come out here by choice. It's just the work that fits me best.
Mhm.
Again, I don't really have a place in there. My restlessness and ambition sort of conflict with their teachings of patience. That's the only one that I didn't get.
But since you've been out, presumably you've already saved Toric.
Yes, but I was just doing my job. Rather well, I should add. Quite out of the way.
Got to keep those
So
books in
Next
order.
time I'll try to die closer.
I mean, next time try not to die when it's not your time.
No promises.
I mean, if I have anything to say about it, you'll be living your full life.
Well,
Okay, I've also been meaning to ask. It's been like burning a hole in my mind. Hyacinth, how do you make those like little like gates or like
Oh,
you made fire come out?
yeah, that's I guess just unique hand-me-downs from my tutor. That's how he casts certain evocation spells, and how he taught me to do it. Basically, just opening a little rift to like the plane of fire, and out comes a little fire.
So
The
you weren't
real art is pointing it in the right direction and actually having a good blast come through. Because sometimes it just kind of is a little warm.
born with the ability to do it? You had to learn
No,
it from
no.
someone.
Yes. Just about everything I can do, I've learned.
Oh.
Save for the like teleportation thing. That's kind of a innate ability. But
Mhm.
yeah, been practicing for many, many years.
Huh. To be honest, that makes it more impressive.
Yes, well, my order particularly does focus on abjurative stuff. We are meant to be protectors, but you have to have a little offense to be defensive.
How long did you How old are you actually?
I believe around 200.
Oh.
When you say you believe,
Well, I
I'm sure
don't
it gets
really.
hard to keep
I didn't
track
really
after a
count.
few
Yeah.
hundred, right?
Also, like there are no cycles of the years where I'm from,
There's
so
no seasons?
no, it's pretty uh it's very weird. It's hard to get into. You'll have to visit sometime.
well. And Osgran will raise his glass to a initial job well done, and to a rather nice payday to boot.
Yeah, raise a glass.
Here, here.
Do we have to
Yep.
come up with a group name at some point? We've been asked at least once.
Well, I did say after one successful mission we might consider it, so now would be the time.
I mean, branding is important.
That is, if we're all to stick together. She looks at Torque.
Torque just says nothing. Drinks.
If I remember correctly, Torque goes where Mel goes.
Ink shifts his gaze to Mel.
Mel's glasses raised.
I'm drawing a blank on group name ideas.
Relatable.
Yeah. Like our one thing we have in common currently is fucking around in a sewer, and that doesn't. There's no optic sewer name that sounds like anything good.
Well, I
Yeah,
suppose,
we should leave the sewer out of any discussion
Yeah.
heretofore.
Maybe.
I suppose, on the topic of writing our own stories and all, as you were saying, we should probably get a few more jobs and maybe do some proper heroism that is in a
True.
more heroic sounding place.
I mean, we saved lives though, so that's of all of the like kinds of heroism, that's probably like arguably the highest.
Yeah, honestly, I came onto this job thinking that we were going to be a little bit more, raise a lot more paths.
How do you mean?
People. Oh, heroes get a reputation, and I have never been one. Again, I've only been on the outside world for a short time, so my impression of heroes is that they do leave a very big trail of bodies, and somebody has to account for them.
I mean, you would hope that most of those bodies would be people that are wicked or villains.
Yes, but nonetheless. And additionally, if we're talking about wicked or villains, then, somebody has to make sure that they don't resurrect somewhere, become a lich, do anything supernatural, necromantic. Again, accounting. Lots of variables go into hero work. And, yeah. Just thought that there'd be a lot more destruction of, destruction in general.
Indiscriminate destruction.
Again, the reputation sort of precedes the title of hero.
I mean, I guess we killed a lot of frogs and rats. So they seemed
Truly, we are
pretty.
heroes for the ages.
I, for one, have no interest in being a hero. I am simply looking to further the interests of the Tower Breakers and convince those in power in this town that secreting away magic and making people pay fees to use even the simplest of magic is no way to run a city in a sustained fashion. So I must admit it makes me not too keen to take on this contract that's been offered. However, those towers are veritable warehouses of unchecked and unexplored arcana. And
Speaking of which, what are the organizations, like the Tower Breakers and the
oh, my
BMMMM.
apologies. Right, the BMMM, which stands for, what's it stand for, Max?
Bureau of Magical Misconduct Management.
Thank you. The BMMM, they are responsible. Well, responsible. Perhaps the right word. They advocate in the Lord's Alliance for making sure that magic is only used under permit. They've had varying degrees of success in various cities within the Lord's Alliance. They don't have much of a hold in Waterdeep, although there's some. But here in Luskan, they are, although the organization itself is extra-governmental, their policies are almost entirely adopted by the Luskan government. The Tower Breakers, on the other hand, of which I am a member, we advocate for the freedom of information as it relates to magic, and believe that keeping magic secret can only lead to long-term problems. And we've had some success, more success in the cities further south, but because of the complicated history here, we haven't found much purchase yet. But it's my hope that that will change. And it, all things being equal, I'd rather not take a contract working for the shit sippers. But
might not be a bad opportunity for organizational reconnaissance.
Know thy enemy.
I'm more interested in those towers, and access is severely restricted. So if this is a way that we can get in, poke around, do some investigation, there's nothing they can do to prevent me from sharing that information with everyone in the Tower Breakers.
But Oz, if the Tower Breakers aren't a secret organization, correct?
That's correct.
Then would they know your affiliation? That might make working for them a little bit more slippery if you two are diametrically opposed.
Oh, well, I'm sure it would if we were working directly for them, but if Luxus hires us, then I suppose that's his problem.
I suppose so.
After all, he claims to know all our various motivations, and that this upcoming social event will have something that is of dire importance to each and every one of us. Excellent question, by the way, Mel, asking how, in fact, he knew all that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting an answer. I assumed that he would be a bit cryptic. But, and I know that he was, he knows more than he's letting on. I was kind of wondering if you knew him prior to this, other than just doing business. Because, I mean, it might just be your people skills, but you two seemed familiar.
I don't know him personally, but will check with my father. He may know him either personally or through my father's work with the BMM.
Oh. Oh, that's an interesting wrinkle. Additionally, before I forget, I just want to commend you on your absolutely fantastic problem solving and delegation, Oz. Absolutely fantastic.
Very kind of you.
Also, you jumped inside of a giant frog to get things out.
that was pretty badass.
Was
Yeah.
that an instinct that you had, or did you have to make the decision to do it?
Well, I had to make the decision, but it seemed pretty clear that if something wasn't done immediately, that Inks would not be around much longer. It seemed pretty clear as Inks was being swallowed that she was unconscious. I imagine it is, well, I should say, at the time, I imagined that it would be quite difficult to get out of the inside of a giant frog, and that would be made only more difficult by being unconscious while you were in there. I am pleased to say that thanks to Inks, I now know that it is in fact difficult, but not impossible to get out of a frog. So I must say, I may have initially saved Inks, but it took very little time for her to repay the favor.
Personally, I don't believe that the debt has been repaid, but I guess that's for you to determine. It took a stunning act of bravery to come in after me, and I'm under no illusions that you're the reason I'm still here.
Well, as I said, that's very kind, but once I made that decision, highly unlikely I would have been able to get out on my own. So, let's call it even.
Okay.
Well, I believe we have a contract on the table. I personally am torn and wouldn't really mind one way or the other. I'm desperately curious about what's going on in the ruins of those towers, but hate to think of working for the shit zippers. But it sounds, if I remember correctly, as if most, if not all of you, don't have such reservations and are interested in taking this contract on.
I mean, if your reservations are strong enough, I could pretty easily be swayed. It seemed like the next logical thing to do, I guess. Personally, I'd rather be saving people, but I
It
guess you
could
take the
be
job.
in the long run. Keep in mind, the job is to go after someone who's already gone into the tower.
True.
Whatever the BMMM is after, it's people, not things.
Perhaps. And as I said, I am desperately curious to know
However,
what secrets those things hold.
you know, I do have to say, the more that Oz describes this organization, the more that this job does sound like an assassination contract. Or at least, an apprehension. I'm curious just because we faced an enemy with a powerful artifact, and there might be one breaking in, like that artifact might have come from those towers. However, I don't want to incarcerate an innocent person for doing tower breaker work. Because I feel like, and Oz, I feel like you would feel the same. If we get there and we find this person and they are a tower breaker, we're going to let them go, correct?
In that very unlikely event, yes, I for one would not be looking to haul another tower breaker in, but the likelihood that tower breaker on their own has gotten in to the ruins of the host tower of the Arcane, right? And furthermore, is going against the tenets of the tower breakers by holding up there and keeping whatever information they've found secret? No. Virtually impossible.
It's possible it's somebody from the BMM that has gotten out of pocket.
That's also true. I mean, with that additional context, I feel a lot more comfortable taking this job. Because, again, I don't want to haul somebody from your organization doing good in another one, presumably. Sure, they don't take too kindly to that movement.
We are not popular in town as of yet.
Well, then I'd say let's go for it. If the likelihood of this being an ally is low, and there is a possibility that these two events, our previous job and this one now, might perhaps be linked, or at least, magical artifacts and all. We might have a job that doesn't harm anyone particularly, gives us reconnaissance, and Hyacinth, I feel like you mentioned you were also in search of something.
Yes, but I have no leads whatsoever, nor any way to pay a group to assist me in locating it.
Well, through jobs like this, we might get a lead.
That's my hope.
Do you happen to know what it is, or are you willing to share, at least?
Possibly at a later date. You have to understand this is something that is esteemed incredibly secretive.
Fair enough. I presume everybody has at least one secret in the pocket.
Well, you see how well
I'm an open book.
secret magic has worked out just in our short acquaintance with one another.
The artifact that I am meant to protect is part of something much larger, and the potential of all of them is devastating. They are meant to be kept apart and meant to be kept secret.
Is it a set of them? And also, was the thing that the rat man, was that one of them?
I can only suspect. I do not know for sure. As I said, no one's supposed to know about all of them, and those of us who know about one are not meant to know the details of the others.
Huh.
Any vague things we should be looking out for on your behalf, or keeping that as close to the chest as possible?
I think I'd know it when I see it, but that's about all I have. It's a stick.
A stick.
A very fancy stick.
So, like a staff?
Something like that.
I mean, that is some information. Call it like quarter secret, maybe.
Yes, the true, the knowledge of everything, all of the artifacts, the purpose of them is best left to Titania and the other, Archfey, the Great Tree, so forth.
Okay.
I mean, if that's so, then why wasn't it in their possession?
Again, more than I should probably talk about, but it should be where it should be, and it is not where it should be. And we know not why or where, so I am here. I am not the only agent in the world, in the worlds, seeking.
I guess while we're winding down the full disclosure portion of this conversation, I can change my appearance.
Is this what you usually look like?
Yes.
Ah.
This is the chosen well, this is my preferred.
I can also
Oh.
change my appearance, but I assume you mean something more magical.
No, I don't think it's magical.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, disguise self is a spell that most people with magic knowledge knows. Can I make sort of some sort
Are
of
you
check
comfortable with me using your face for a second?
Sure.
The wording on that.
Yeah, I'll change my face to look first like Inks's face and then like Mel's face. Just very quick.
Huh.
And just switch back to like normal.
That's very
You hear a
interesting.
loud clearing of the throat from Casper.
I know, just I tried to do it fast. Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel super important, but I guess it's good for you to know.
Is that ability related to will?
No, I don't think so. I've been able to do that one since I was little.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Very interesting.
It was pretty useful when I was a kid.
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah. Kind of wish I had something like that.
Yeah, so I guess what you probably didn't see is most of the time when I put the helmet on, I just like get rid of my hair for a bit. It's just easier that way. So it's good for little stuff like that.
It's good for all sorts of stuff, little and large.
Yeah, I mean, just as far as like ground rules go, I'd prefer not to like use the face and appearance of anybody living, I guess. It just kind of feels weird.
All right. I feel like going down the list of full disclosure, Ink's got any secrets up your sleeve or lack of sleeves? Cool jacket? Any
Thanks.
secrets in there?
And to answer your question, yes, I do.
And we'll call it there.
And to make a quick side note, Mel has been absolutely